Chapter 445. This is absolutely true. You can use any method to verify it, or you can check the records of ancient books. Chuyang insipidly said, "This matter has nothing to do with me because I can break it. Therefore, it doesn't matter to me whether I say it or not." But everyone, ha ha ha. An impatient person asked, "How did you break it?" Chuyang looked at that person with interest and said, "This matter is related to my unique mental cultivation method." That person suddenly became embarrassed. In any case, I still have to thank little brother for exposing this shocking secret. Moreover, you have exposed the true face of the Meng clan. This matter is no trivial matter. We must immediately return and report it to our clans. The blue-clothed old man solemnly bowed and left. Everyone also cupped their fists and bid farewell with heavy expressions on their faces. Meng Luo is out of luck this time. Luo Kudi laughed. He then said in a gloating manner, "Motherfucker, this bastard is constantly proposing marriage to every small clan. He wants to marry young girls who are less than 15 years old as concubines. Many clans want to curry favor with the Meng clan, so they want to marry their daughters to him. There should be more than 30 daughters from small clans. That's why the Meng clan's strength is so huge. But I guess these clans will be the first to deal with Meng Luo once this matter is exposed. Ha ha ha, this is very satisfying. Ha ha ha. Yes, these clans don't take their daughters seriously. But the Meng clan will suffer the joint suppression of these big clans once this matter spreads out. After all, the existence of this evil technique is very dangerous for the top experts of these big clans. These clans will draw a clear line between themselves and the Meng clan even if they don't want to vent their anger for their daughters. So, they won't be implicated and suffer a calamity. Therefore, using their daughters as an excuse is the most legitimate reason. GMO also came from a big clan, so how could he not understand this? However, Dong Wushang was pondering about another matter. He looked at everyone and asked, "Big brother, I don't understand." Chuyang smiled. "I understand what you don't understand." GMO and Luo Kudi fainted at the same time. This sentence was very awkward to say. You must be wondering why Meng Luo was so aggressive and why his vivid spring dream divine technique was so powerful. But it was still easily defeated by me, right? Chuyang smiled and said, "In fact, when I was thrusting my sword a few times, I deliberately slowed down my speed so that you could understand." "Yes, this is what I don't understand," Dong Wushang said. "Meng Luo shouldn't have been defeated so quickly in any case." There are two important reasons for this. Chuyang stretched out 2 fingers. First, the vivid spring dream divine technique. As the name implies, Meng Luo used his evil technique to create an infinitely relaxed and pleasant mental state. But this kind of relaxed happiness had a fatal flaw, and that was blood. Bloody. Dong Wushang muttered to himself as if he had comprehended something. But blood alone is not enough. It has to be that kind of blood mist. Chuyang said, "Moreover, if you want to defeat the enemy, you must use the vivid spring dream divine technique to a certain extent before you can use the blood fog to break it." "I understand," Dong Wushang nodded. GMO and Luo Kudi also nodded in succession. The second point is the timing. Meng Luo's strength wouldn't have been damaged if he had used the blood fog to break the vivid spring dream divine technique just as he had launched it. So, he could still use other martial arts to fight you. Chuyang insipidly said, but he wouldn't have much of his spirit left by the time he had created more than 20 phantoms. And the spiritual power of his entire body would have been almost exhausted. Therefore, you could have killed him in one fell swoop if you had attacked him at that time. Chuyang softly said, "So that's how it is. It seems that this evil technique is nothing more than this." Luo Kudi casually said, "I will cut this bastard into pieces the next time I meet him." "What do you know?" Chuyang glared at him, you understand. "But can you resist until then?" Even an alert king-level expert can't resist that kind of powerful spiritual influence. What will you use to resist it? Dong Wushang's expression shook as he said, "Yes, this is the problem. This problem is the key." Chu Yang said, "My martial technique is special, so I can't be influenced by it. But it's different for you. So, you must pay a price such as pain." "Pain?" "Yes." Chu Yang said, "You must hide a needle or a sharp object in your palm in advance when Meng Luo launches the vivid spring dream divine technique. You must silently stab yourself once you feel the desire of lust. You must stab yourself." Chu Yang solemnly said, "Remember, you must stab yourself. This is very important. You must be aware of the pain because your blood is flowing. You must be stimulated by the pain to stay awake. Then, you must drag it out to a certain extent. Then, you can defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. If by any chance he was charmed, he would be dead for sure. You must remember this." Luo Kudi and the other two nodded solemnly. Suddenly, one of them asked in bewilderment, "What did you call me for?" The four people raised their heads in amazement. They saw that Ji Zhu had been leaning against a stone in a daze. He opened his sleepy eyes, looked at Chu Yang, and said with dissatisfaction, "It's fine if you call me, but you want me to kill thousands of babies? What's so important? It's very immoral to disturb people's dreams. Do you know that?" Chu Yang was flabbergasted. Then the four people remembered Chu Yang's last words at the same time. "Remember, you must remember to defy the heavens." Luo Kadi lay on the ground with a puff sound and laughed wildly. Ji Mo's whole body twitched. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled, but his face was full of black lines. He felt humiliated, depressed, and amused as he looked at his elder brother. He wished he could go up and beat him up. Dong Wushang rarely laughed out loud. Chu Yang's face was tangled. "I say, the names that you two brothers have chosen are too unique, right? You can even do this. I'm convinced." Ji Zhu said, as if it was a matter of course, "You have to ask my father about this. But the names that lazy guy came up with are too imprecise." Everyone laughed. Such a person is rare. Chu Yang nodded. He understood in his heart. No wonder these two brothers are so lazy. So that's why. There's another decisive factor behind this. The little storm leopard had been hiding in Chu Yang's sleeve ever since Meng Luo had thrown it over. Its small body was trembling. It would occasionally stretch out its head to look at Chu Yang in fear. It would softly whimper, and its black and white eyes would carry a delicate and pitiful look of resentment. This person is even more ferocious than the previous one. "Whimper, don't you want this? Here, take it." Chu Yang handed over the storm leopard to Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi beamed with delight as he received it. He held the leopard and combed its fur as if it was his life. Then he said with a kind face, "Good boy, be obedient. I'll give you meat to eat in a while." The little leopard looked at him and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. Luo Kadi was very happy. He held the little leopard in his bosom, but then he suddenly screamed in fear. His complexion turned deathly pale. Everyone looked over and saw that the little leopard had opened its mouth and was sucking on a small spot on Luo Kadi's chest. Second young master Luo was caught off guard and got sucked on his vital point. His whole body went limp and numb. He was startled. He felt as if his scalp had exploded. "Fuck! Second young master Luo is breastfeeding." GMO screamed. Everyone immediately spat out rice. "Fuck! You have such ability. You have such ability." Luo Kudi's face turned red. He wanted to take the little leopard's mouth away, but the little leopard was sucking hard and wouldn't let go. It was whining pitifully. Second young master Luo was at a loss. Dong Wushang brought some food, soaked it in water, and made it into porridge for the little leopard to eat. This temporarily prevented second young master Luo's embarrassment. Everyone laughed heartily. Only Luo Kadi was frowning. He scratched his head and looked at the little leopard. He didn't know what to do. He thought that he had snatched a treasure, but he didn't expect that he had snatched a big trouble. The little leopard wants to drink milk. But where do I have that thing? What should I do now? Luo Kadi wanted to return the little leopard to Chu Yang, but Chu Yang firmly refused. Are you kidding me? Why would I take this little guy with me? Be a nanny? Chu Yang would definitely sell it if it was in Chu Yang's hands. Everyone thinks that a 7th grade spirit beast cub is rare, but Chu Yang didn't put it in his eyes. He was thinking in his heart, if I can get a 7th grade spirit beast or higher grade spirit beast. Everyone joined forces and went up the mountain together. They saw that there was an uproar along the way. Everyone was whispering to each other about something. Hey, have you heard? That Meng Luo is a big pervert. He has raped 5,888 girls so far. A man was beaming with joy. Everyone was dumbfounded as soon as they heard this. Luo Kadi spurted out a mouthful of water. He was feeding the little leopard. But the little leopard got sprayed all over. The little leopard looked at him resentfully. Yes, yes. I heard that Meng Luo likes to eat young girls' hearts the most. Moreover, he wants to eat the world-defying stage, Heaven's Raw. Another man added oil and sauce. He's a real beast. I heard that the Meng clan practices this kind of martial art. It's very cruel. Moreover, each of them is good at plucking yin to supplement yang. A man said mysteriously. Another man looked pensive. No wonder. The Meng clan goes to the brothel in a grandiose manner every time. I saw it the last time. Really? That's awesome. TSK. Go together? Don't tell me that they have to compete in endurance in addition to practicing martial arts. Maybe they are shouting for everyone to move together. Haha. A man laughed obscenely. This is nothing. Last time, Meng Luogong snatched a girl from a brothel. He had an argument with someone and almost came to blows. He only knew that it was his father when he met him. So that's how it is. It's because he is plucking yin to supplement yang. A man said in a serious manner. Crap, is there such a thing? Who won in the end? Did old Meng win or his son win? A gossiper's eyes lit up. Maybe old Meng and his son won together. Another gossiper followed. Chapter 446. Chu Yang and the others laughed so much that their stomachs hurt. However, everyone clearly knew one thing. The Meng clan was done for. Even if they didn't die, their vitality would be greatly damaged. And the origin of all this was because of the few words Chu Yang had said. GMO and the others naturally prostrated themselves in admiration. However, Dong Wulei and Ji Zhu had cautious looks in their eyes. They looked at Chu Yang with fear in their eyes. This big brother Chu is an extremely terrifying person. He only talked about the terror of this evil technique, but he didn't say how to break it. This made the people of Jianghu feel insecure, and all the big clans became vigilant. So the Meng clan was excluded from this. So he had ruthlessly cut the Meng clan from its roots, and he had damaged its tendons and bones. His grasp of people's hearts is very accurate. Moreover, the effect of such rumors and slanders was dozens of times more effective than usual in the chaotic world of the three heavens. The fate of the Meng clan was almost predictable. Chu Yang smiled as he listened to these messages. He was also analyzing them. However, his heart was full of interest for the bride snatching competition. This wasn't a small matter. Almost all the big clans were going to fight here. This fight would thoroughly reflect the big camps of the three heavens. And this was what Chu Yang needed. This would help him decide where to start. After all, hearsay wasn't as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Chu Yang looked at Dong Wulei and Ji Zhu along the way. He sighed with emotion in his heart. These big clans' Grand Dukes aren't ordinary people. Ji Zhu had a sloppy appearance. In fact, he was sloppy. However, Chuyang felt that he was a wise man who appeared to be stupid. He was sloppy on the outside, but he wasn't a fool on the inside. Moreover, his sloppy and lazy appearance had become his best camouflage. He was a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Dong Wu Lei's scheming was deep. Moreover, he was also very suspicious. He was far less straightforward than Dong Wushang. Of course, this was also determined by his position. He was a typical clan, lord of a big clan. Moreover, Dong Wu Lei was very afraid of Chuyang at present. Ji Zhu treated Ji Mo very well among these two pairs of brothers, but Dong Wu Lei treated Dong Wushang. So, Chuyang couldn't figure it out. Presumably, even Dong Wu Lei himself can't figure out his own thoughts. He felt that his brother was close and reliable, but he also felt that his position was threatened. His sense of crisis could not suppress his brotherly love, but his brotherly love could not replace his sense of crisis and his desire for power. Dong Wu Lei must be very conflicted in his heart right now. Chuyang sighed. He looked at Dong Wushang Xian's majestic body, which was like a mountain, and his square face was calm. Chuyang felt somewhat sad and worried for him. Does he know what his elder brother is thinking? Dong Wushang was a loyal and righteous person. Perhaps he didn't know, so he worked hard to do things for the family, to solve his elder brother's problems, and to be the leader himself. But even if he knew, he would still do it and nothing would change. This was Dong Wushang. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a place that looked like a large basin. You can imagine the football field now. Cough, cough. The place was already packed with people, especially on a large platform that had just entered the arena. It was extremely lively. I'll bet that GMO will lose 1,000 taels. A man was jumping up and down, holding a banknote and shouting. He was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. I'll also bet that GMO will lose 10,000 taels, another man shouted. I'll bet that Gao Sheng will win 10,000 taels, a big man shouted. Me too. Black lines appeared on GMO's forehead. He couldn't help but mutter, "Fuck, this old Wu is so unlikable." Chuyang stretched out his hand and grabbed a guy who was hurriedly running over. He asked, "What's going on?" "Fuck, let me go. This old Wu is rushing to place a bet. GMO's odds of winning have already reached 1-5. Fuck, if you hold this old Wu for a while, the price will rise again." This man struggled with all his strength. Chuyang was stunned and let go of his hand. This man quickly ran over to place a bet. He didn't even have time to see who had grabbed him. "GMO, look at you. Your popularity is really..." Luo Kadi sighed, "Too bad. No one is betting on you to win." GMO gritted his teeth. He looked at Luo Kadi as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Others won't bet on me to win. What about you? Who are you betting on? You're going to fight." Luo Kadi beamed with joy and said, "Of course. We are brothers. So I'm naturally going to fight. But this has nothing to do with who I'm betting on, right? You're not the one who started the bet, right? You don't need to compensate me if I win, right?" Then this guy took out a banknote from his bosom and dashed over. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. I'm going to place a bet." The noisy crowd saw that the scraping Wolf King had come over, so they tactfully made way for him. However, the guy in the front was still lying on the table, filling in the gambling form. He was excitedly shouting, "GMO will lose this time. Waha, the odds aren't high, but I can make a profit. Waha." Second young master Luo Kudi angrily shouted. He grabbed that guy's scalp and pressed him to the ground. He fiercely asked, "Fuck, what did you say?" How could that guy not recognize this Wolf King level master? His complexion immediately turned pale. He bowed and said, "Young Master Luo, I didn't see you when I was laughing." "I was wrong." Luo Kadi angrily said, "Fuck, I'm so unlucky to run into you. Tell me, how much did you bet on GMO losing?" 5,000 taels. That guy awkwardly replied. Everyone knew that Luo Kudi and GMO were the same. Betting on GMO losing was equivalent to betting on Luo Kudi losing. Unfortunately, he was caught in the act. This guy was crying because of his bad luck. Fuck you. Luo Kudi angrily said. Who told you to bet on GMO losing? Bet on him winning. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll break your neck. That guy screamed, Young Master Luo. Young Master Luo, there's no such thing as forced gambling. It's not easy for me to make money. Clang! Luo Kudi unsheathed his long spear and pressed it against that guy's neck. He fiercely asked, Are you betting or not? That guy's life was in danger. He had no choice but to give in. He changed the betting sheet with tears and snot. GMO was extremely moved. He kept praising Chu Yang, You're my brother. Look at this. Wolf Cub is very loyal. Chu Yang curled his lips. Luo Kudi waited until GMO finished changing the betting sheet. Then he laughed out loud. Bang! He threw a stack of banknotes on the gambling table. I bet 50,000 taels. I bet on Gaosheng winning. Earn some pocket money. I'm so damn poor. Everyone fainted at the same time. They were left lying on the ground in disarray in an instant. Even Du Shao, who was sitting behind the gambling table, was extremely surprised by this. The 2 iron balls in his hands silently fell to the ground and smashed on his own feet. However, he didn't feel anything. He looked at the unreasonable and overbearing Luo Kudi in disbelief. Who did you say you were betting on? Say it again. I obviously bet on Gaosheng. Fuck. Do you still need to ask? Luo Kudi was impatient. Quick. Quick. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me bet 50,000 taels so boldly? Fuck. Quick. Quick. Can't you see that I'm in a hurry? Du Shao was startled. He said, But aren't you going to help GMO fight? What does this have to do with gambling? Whoa. Luo Kudi twirled his fingers. He smiled obscenely. Silver, GMO was about to rush over. But Dong Wushang held him back. GMO struggled and broke free from Dong Wushang's grip. His hands were still scratching the air. His feet scratched deep marks on the ground. Dong Wushang couldn't hold him, even though he was so strong. So Dong Wushang cried out in pain, Luo Kasekt. Luo Kudi, I can't live under the same sky with you. I can't exist under the same sky with you. You are pissing me off. Luo Kudi beamed with delight. He came out with the betting sheet in his hand. He blew at the ink on it as he walked. Then he put it in his bosom with satisfaction. He raised his head and saw GMO looking at him with a fiendish expression. He was gasping for breath. So, he couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Then he turned around and ran away. Dong Wushang loosened his grip in a timely manner. GMO's body chased after him like an arrow. He gnashed his teeth and roared, Little bastard! Little bastard! Don't run! I will tear you apart alive. Luo Kudi ran away as fast as he could. Whoever doesn't run is a fool. One was chasing and the other was fleeing. They disappeared in an instant. The guy who had been forced by Luo Kudi to change the betting sheet wanted to cry, but had no tears. You bet on Gaosheng to win. But you are forcing me to bet on GMO. What kind of motherfucker is this? Who are you betting on? Dong Wushang turned around and looked at Chu Yang. Nonsense. Of course, I'm betting on GMO to win. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Dong Wushang grunted and said with a smile, I also think that GMO will win. Others don't know the strength of us brothers. But I know it very well. Luo Kudi's move is very clever, but it's too sinister. I don't know how many people will suffer because of him. Suddenly, the sound of beating gongs and drums was heard at this moment. Meng Clan has withdrawn. The competition has been changed from 8 matches to 7 matches. GMO's odds have been raised to 1-3. Gaosheng's odds have been raised to 4-1. Suddenly there was an uproar. Why did Meng Luo withdraw? The gamblers here were engrossed in gambling, so they didn't know about this matter. Many people stamped their feet and sighed when they heard that Jimo's odds had fallen. I regret it. I bet too early. Cough, cough. Let me explain. 1 to 3 means that you bet 1,000 taels on GMO to win, and GMO wins. Then he returns your bet money and pays you 3,000 taels. 4 to 1 means that you bet 4,000 taels on Gaosheng to win, and Gaosheng returns your bet money after he wins. Then he pays you 1,000 taels. Dong Wushang stamped his feet. He was somewhat vexed. I was a step too late. You're not late. Chu Yang smiled. The odds will be adjusted. The 7th match and the 8th match are the same. Meng Luo has withdrawn, but he can't be regarded as a strong opponent based on his previous strength. So, it can be said that the other side has given up on the first match. So, their odds of winning the 7th match have increased. This adjustment is just a means, nothing more. Dong Wushang thought for a moment and said, sure enough. The people of the Ji clan and the Dong clan had already gone to find their own seats by this time. So, only Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were left here. The two of them sat down on a rock nearby. They looked at the bustling scene on this side and started to talk as if no one else was present. At this time, a team of black-colored cavalry was rushing towards Mt Dingjun like a whirlwind 50 kilometers away from the foot of the mountain. The bustling crowd on the mountain didn't know what to do, because the overlord of the underworld of the three heavens, Jun Shizhu, was about to arrive. Chapter 448. Mt Dingjun had been thrown into chaos. The matter of the Meng clan had spread like a gust of wind. Meng Luo was gnashing his teeth and cursing along the way. Chu Yang, GMO, Luo Kadi, Dong Wushang, hello, hello. I will remember you. Meng Luo clenched his teeth. You have ruined my plans. I will fight you to the death in this life. He felt more and more that Luo Kadi and Chu Yang were two big scourges. One was an unreasonable robber, and the other was even more sinister. The gambling house on the summit of Mt Dingjun was getting more and more lively. The sounds of gongs and drums rang out once in a while, and then again in a while. Attention, attention! Duke Gaosheng has arrived. His cultivation is at the peak of 2nd grade king level. He is accompanied by 10 king level experts of the Gao clan. Attention, attention! Duke Lixiong II of the Li clan has arrived. Duke Lixiong II is the first successor of the Li clan. His arrival represents the full support of the Li clan for Duke Gaosheng. Attention, attention! Duke Tu Qian Hao of the Tu clan has arrived. Duke Tu is at the peak of 2nd grade king level expert. His chances of winning this fight are very high. Moreover, Duke Tu has stated that he is going to let another high-level king-level expert of the Tu clan participate in this fight. Attention, attention! Chu Yang didn't think much of it at first, but he couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he saw that more and more gamblers were joining in with the sound of beating gongs and drums. It was simply a sea of people. Is this a gambling house? I'm convinced. This is a gambling house of the entire nation. Chu Yang was startled when he saw that many king-level experts were waving their banknotes and joining in. This kind of thing is very normal. Dong Wushang wasn't surprised. He said, "What do the people of the upper three heavens struggle their entire lives for? First, it's for power. Second, it's for strength. Third, it's for influence. But you must have financial resources first if you want to have these things." Everyone usually ties their heads to their waistbands. They desperately look for rare, medicinal ingredients. Or they do business. Or they risk their lives to kill spirit beasts. They use the pelts and cores of spirit beasts that they can't use to exchange for money. This was to support his daily needs. Or go rob and steal. That silver is bloody and full of danger. However, gambling was not the same. Risking one's head and making a bet would only earn a few thousand taels or 10,000 taels of silver. However, if one's luck was good in gambling, one would be able to turn 10,000 taels of silver into 20,000 taels of silver without using any effort, or even 40,000 taels. Tell me, how safe is that? How fast? Chu Yang snorted and said, "But what if we're unlucky?" "If you're unlucky, you can just go out and work hard to earn money. If you can't earn, you'll die." "That's not a big deal." Dong Wushang played it down. This is the environment. The so-called fairness and reason did not exist in the three heavens. The so-called mercy and forgiveness are even more nonsense. As for the so-called righteousness and evil, they are just nonsense. Tu Qian Hao and Li Xiong too have also come to buy. Dong Wushang glanced in that direction. Then he disdainfully said, "Bill, I want to fight against Tu Qian Hao this time. Say, what if I kill Tu Qian Hao?" Chu Yang was startled. "Slaughter?" "Those are the future 12 influential figures of the three heavens. You want to kill them? You, Dong Wushang, are the two hooligans. Tu Qian Hao has appeared this time because of Gu Duxing. But second brother Gu has suffered some injuries some time ago. His strength may not be affected too much, but his chances of winning against Tu Qian Hao aren't big. This is also the reason why Ji Mo's chances of winning are so low." Dong Wushang's eyes turned cold as he said, "Tu Qian Hao clearly wants to take advantage of people's difficulties. He wants to take advantage of second brother Gu's injuries to defeat him in one fell swoop. He wants to establish his own supreme prestige. He's dreaming. I, Dong Wushang, despise this kind of people the most. Therefore, I want to exchange opponents with second brother Gu. I want to kill this bastard who takes advantage of people's difficulties." Du Xing is injured. Chu Yang frowned. He seemed to be lost in thought as he said, "Yes. Moreover, each clan has two younger brothers. For example, the Ji clan has GMO and Jiju. My clan has me and my elder brother, and the Luo clan has Luo Kowu. This is a competition between the younger brothers of aristocratic clans. But Tu Qian Hao has said that he wants to send a high-level king-level expert of his clan. This is a bastard's behavior." Dong Wushang clenched his teeth. "What will the consequences be if Tu Qian Hao is killed?" Chu Yang pondered and asked. "The two clan won't leave the matter at that." Dong Wushang's eyes turned cold. "They won't rest until one of us is dead." "What if we destroy the two clan?" Chu Yang tilted his head. He thought for a while and said, "Then we'll think of a way to destroy the two clan." Dong Wushang was shocked. He opened his mouth wide. He had only said that he wanted to kill Tu Qian Hao. He hadn't expected that his big brother would want to destroy the entire Tu clan. That was a big clan that wasn't inferior to the Dong clan. Big brother is crazier than me. He is crazier. Li Xiong too is easier to deal with than Tu Qian Hao. He can't be dealt with, Chu Yang insipidly said. Li Xiong too is just a brave man. He wants to deal with me because he has nothing better to do. Dong Wushang snorted disdainfully. Second brother Gu is injured, but he can easily deal with Li Xiong too. Moreover, this person is a martial arts maniac. Second brother Gu won't have to worry about his life even if he loses because of his injuries. Several people came over together at this time. Ha ha! I was wondering why I couldn't see you. So, you were hiding here. Dong Wushang stood up with a calm face and squinted his eyes. He then said in an ambiguous manner, "So it's you big bosses. Why are you looking for me instead of working as a cashier?" They were the four big bankers of this gambling house. San Xia-yin, Mo Tianyin, O Du-shao, and Xia Danqiong. The faces of these four people were full of smiles. Only Mo Tianyin had a somewhat depressed look on his face. He had already received Bamboo's letter, so he was extremely sullen in his heart. 20 million taels wasn't a small amount. Mo Tian Yin could afford it, but it would have hurt his muscles and bones. After all, it would have been hard for him to make a quick cash flow, but his reputation would have been ruined if he hadn't taken it out. He had already handed over 20 million taels, so his heart was aching endlessly. How could he be happy? It's just for fun. Ao Xie Yun smiled elegantly. He then looked at Chu Yang. Who is this? He had seen Chu Yang several times, but Chu Yang had disguised his appearance at that time. I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled. You must be the famous Duke Xie of the lower three heavens. Ao Xie Yin laughed. Don't say that. You're making me feel like a treacherous villain. Moreover, King of Hell Chu has single-handedly turned the entire lower three heavens upside down. So, my lifespan will be shortened if I'm praised. Chu Yang faintly smiled. Duke Xie is very well informed. Moreover, your insight is also very good. I admire you. He had immediately determined that this Chu Yang was King of Hell Chu just by hearing the two words Chu Yang. He wouldn't have dared to say such a thing if he hadn't done so. That's because Ao Xie Yun's reputation would have been swept to the ground if he had made a fool of himself. Ao Xie Yun smiled and said, Is that so? My insight is good, but I wonder what Brother Chu's insight is like. He looked at Chu Yang jokingly and said, These three people beside me are also very famous. His meaning was very simple. He wanted to see if Chu Yang could recognize their identities. Chu Yang smiled and said, This one is graceful and elegant. Moreover, he has a kind of ethereal and pure feeling. He must be Xie Dan Cheong, Duke Xie. This one is calm and composed. He seems to have a card up his sleeve. His complexion is elegant. So he must be Brother Mo Tianyin, and this one is dressed in black. His complexion is grave and stern. He must be Brother O Du Shao. He's famous for his poison in the lower three heavens, right? Chu Yang casually said. His eyes unconsciously narrowed when he mentioned Mo Tianyin. He had an uncontrollable desire to get rid of this little guy. Chapter 449. Oh, Du Shao took them and counted them one by one. His complexion became more and more pleasantly surprised. He silently counted in his heart when he saw the last one. Then he suddenly exclaimed, 3 million gold taels! He was shocked by the number he had shouted, and he stood there in a daze. The conversion ratio of gold to silver was 1 to 100. These 3 million gold taels were equivalent to 300 million silver taels. Who would have thought that Chu Yang would be so ruthless as to bet 300 million silver taels? Now it was a 1-to-1 loss. The 4 bankers would have to pay 8 billion silver taels if GMO won. Chu Yang had copied these from the great Zhao's imperial palace. In any case, gold and silver taels could be used all over the world. So, Chu Yang casually took them out to gamble. 300 million. Ao Xie Yin and the others turned pale with fright. They immediately gathered around O Du Shao and looked at the gold taels. Then they looked at Chu Yang with shocked eyes. Chu Yang smiled modestly and said, Well, it's just a small game. I want to earn some pocket money. The 4 elders looked at King of Hell Chu as if they were looking at a monster. It's just a small game. Earn some pocket money? Motherfucker, is your pocket money calculated in hundreds of millions? Ao Xie Yin shook his head and forced a smile. He said, A small game. Brother Chu, your style is really... But, Brother Chu, we're not outsiders. GMO's chances of losing this match are higher. So, it's better to think about it. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He thought, This evil elder is very considerate. His words are beautiful. He said, No need. I believe that GMO will win. Ha ha, it's only 3 million gold taels, even if he doesn't win. It's a very small amount. It's very shabby, very shabby. He looked at Mo Tianyin as he spoke and smiled strangely. Mo Tianyin's mood wasn't good. Chu Yang had taken out so many gold taels. So, The four of them would have profited if they lost. However, he couldn't help but get angry when he heard Chu Yang's words and saw that Chu Yang was looking at him with contempt. He secretly said, "Motherfucker, did I offend you? You're so polite to others. But why do you look at me like this? Do I have a grudge against you?" Mo Tian Yun guessed right. Chu didn't just have a grudge against him. Mo Tian Yun became angry in his heart. He curled his lips and said, "It's just a small toy, but I wonder how big Brother Chu's toy would be if it were a big one." Chu Yang smiled. However, he was a little disappointed in his heart. "I didn't drag these 3 clans down with me." Therefore, he looked at Mo Tianyin meaningfully and said, "Brother Mo, these aren't the 4 of you." Mo Tianyin snorted and said, "If that's the case, does Brother Chu dare to bet with me?" Chu Yang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he said, "What do you think?" Ao Xia Yin sensed that there was something wrong between Chu Yang and Mo Tianyin. So, he couldn't help but look at them suspiciously. "I bet on Gao Sheng, you bet on GMO 1-on-1. The odds were 1-1. I will take as many as you have." Mo Tianyin said in a relaxed manner. Xie Danqiong and Du Shao exposed a displeased look on their faces. Does Mo Tianyin want to take all the food for himself? His table manners were a little unsightly. Good. Chu Yang casually fished out a big stack of gold notes. This stack was much thicker than the previous one. He smiled and said, "I don't have much money here. This is all I have. It's 10 million taels of gold. Brother Mo, we will bet on this as long as you can take it out, and take it." The facial muscles of Ao Xieyin, Xie Danqiong, and Du Shao twitched at the same time. 10 million taels of gold. 1 billion taels of silver. Everything would become Mo Tianyin's if Mo Tianyin could take it out and GMO lost. Of course, if GMO were to win, then Mo Tianyin would lose everything. Chu Yang didn't take it out because the amount was too big. Moreover, the odds were 1-1. So, Ao Xieyin and the others wouldn't have taken it out even if he had full confidence. They would have ended up in a deadlock instead. Now that the odds were 1-1, the other 3 would have only envied Mo Tianyin. So, there shouldn't be any problem. The expression on Mo Tianyin's face suddenly became very wonderful. He was rich, but he couldn't compare with the national treasury of Great Zhao, which was the most prosperous country at that time. He took a few deep breaths. Then he stared at the 10 million taels of gold notes with a greedy look on his face. He would have been able to recruit at least 100 king-level experts and 3,000 senior revered martial artists to work for him if he won this money. Moreover, he would have had the best armors, weapons, and mounts. That would have been an enormous force. But he couldn't take out so much money at present. In fact, he couldn't even take out 1/10 of it. He had put most of his wealth into gambling. So, he could only take out 80 million taels of silver at present. And this was his backup plan in case of any eventuality. Mo Tianyin thought for a long time. Then he suddenly turned around resolutely. He looked at Ao Xieyin and said, "Brother Ao, I want to borrow some money from you." Ao Xieyin wrinkled his brows. "You motherfucker. You just wanted to kick us aside. But you still have the nerve to turn around and borrow money? Fuck! How can you not feel embarrassed?" Xie Danqiong and Du Shao also wrinkled their brows. This Mo Tianyin is willing to do anything for the sake of 10 million taels of silver. He doesn't even care about his face. Owen looked at Mo Tianyin and said, "Brother Mo, don't you think it's too rash to borrow money from me under such circumstances? What will happen to our gambling house if I lend you money? Moreover, won't Brother Chu become my enemy?" Mo Tianyin's expression tightened. Chu Yang interrupted and said, "Haha, borrow money? Well, as long as you can borrow it. I don't care about 10 million taels of silver. It's just that it's too shameful. Ha ha ha, borrow money? Ha ha, borrow money?" Chu Yang's arrogant demeanor made Ao Xieyin and the others wrinkle their brows. Mo Tianyun's face turned red as he said, "Isn't it just some stinky money? You're just a rich man from the lower three heavens. Do you really think that you can become the boss of the lower three heavens just because you have a lot of money?" Chu Yang snorted coldly and said, "You're right. It's just some stinky money. But you can't even take out this stinky money. What are you showing off in front of me for?" Mo Tianyun snorted. His face turned red as he said loudly, "Brother Ao, I'll use my clan's gold mines as collateral for 500 million taels of silver. Brother Xia, Brother O, I'll use my clan's 2 iron mines as collateral for 200 million taels of silver. The land deeds are here. If I lose, these will all belong to you. If I win, Brother Ao will have 200 million taels of silver, and Brother O and Brother Xia will each have 100 million taels of silver. Just take it as interest. How about it?" Mo Tianyun knew that even if he used his clan's assets as collateral, the 3 of them might not be willing to lend him money. They would have to give him some benefits. For example, they would have to get a share of this 10 million taels of silver. So he immediately made this promise. Good. The 3 of them agreed at the same time. It didn't matter if they won or lost. The value of the Mo clan's gold mines and iron mines was far more than what Mo Tianyun had said. Even though he was very confident, Mo Tianyun was still taking a big risk. After giving the 3 land deeds to Ao Seyin and the other 2, Mo Tianyun immediately searched his body. He borrowed 100 million taels of silver, added 80 million taels of silver, added 2 purple crystals, 3 gems, and 12 jade pendants. He had a total of 1 billion taels of silver. Mo Tianyun would lose his family fortune if he were to lose this match. He was also taking a risk. Moreover, he was certain that he would win, because he knew very well that Gu Duxing's injuries were caused by Mo Tianyun leading the experts to ambush him. His injuries were not light. Even after half a year, he might not be able to recover. Right at this moment, a laughter was heard. A person said, "If you don't mind, how about this Duke be the witness?" Before the voice even faded, everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A tall figure in green silently landed on the field. He had an arrogant smile on his face. He stood in the field with his arms crossed. His 2 feet stepped on the pile of banknotes as if he was stepping on trash. He smiled disdainfully. Facing the 5 Grand Dukes of the 3 heavens, he was still insufferably arrogant. It was as if he didn't put them in his eyes. Duke Wei. It was actually this terrifying character of the 3 heavens. It's time for the second update. I'll continue to write. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 450. Ao Seyin and the other 3 revealed a look of fear in their eyes. They smiled and said, "With Duke Yu's guarantee, of course we can rest assured." However, their hearts were beating like drums. How did this terrifying guy appear here at this moment? Didn't he leave after he withdrew from the bet? Duke Yu laughed and said, "I didn't expect my character to be so strong. Everyone trusts me so much. This is a great thing for me." Then he tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "King of Hell Chu, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been?" There were so many men around, but he ignored them. Instead, the first one he greeted was Chu Yang. It seemed that King of Hell Chu, who had just ascended from the lower 3 heavens to the upper 3 heavens, had a much higher position in his heart than the 4 dukes in front of him. Brother Yu is still alive. I naturally wouldn't dare to be unwell. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Duke Yu laughed. Ao Seyin and the other 3 revealed a look of shock. They were extremely surprised that Duke Yu didn't get angry when Chu Yang called him that. Everyone in the upper 3 heavens knew that Duke Yu was a typical weirdo. The subordinates of the Dark Bamboo could call him Minister Yu. However, outsiders could only call him Duke Yu. If they called him something else, even Grandpa Yu, it wouldn't do. He would definitely be furious. He would even chase them for thousands of miles to punish them for their disrespect. However, Chu Yang was so bold as to call him Brother Yu. Moreover, this big monster was so happy. What was going on? Duke Yu laughed for a while and said, Ao Sieyin, don't say that the dark bamboo reneged on the bet. Well, Minister June ordered me to place the bet 2 days later. However, since I'm the notary today, I'm afraid that you'll say that I'm taking money from this bet. Therefore, I'm giving you the bet in advance. As he spoke, he took out a small package from his bosom and threw it to Ao Sieyin. He said coldly, the dark bamboo's bet is 500 million taels of silver on G. Mo's victory. He tilted his head and laughed strangely. He said, I seem to have heard that it's 1-to-1. Wahaha. Now, even if I lose, I'll be satisfied. If I win, I'll make a big profit. The faces of Ao Sieyin and the other 3 instantly turned ugly. It was as if he had suddenly stepped on cow dung while walking on the road, and then fell down with his mouth open. Then he ate the cow dung that he stepped on. The gambling house had already been opened a month in advance. So far, the total number of bets on Gao Sheng's victory was only 500 million. Even if the gambling house started in 2 days, it would be incredible if the bets increased by another 200 to 300 million. However, the number of people who bet on Gmo's victory was pitifully small. The 4 of them had been worried that they might not be able to make ends meet. Therefore, they raised Gmo's odds. But they didn't expect that after raising the odds, the casino didn't make any money. Instead, they bet 800 million. Chu Yang's 300 million was already very strenuous for this gambling house. However, the dark bamboo had also bet 500 million. If GMO were to win, then the 4 great clans would have to pay a total of 8 billion. Even if they could gather 1 billion here, the 3 families would have to come up with another 38 billion. That was equivalent to 1 billion each. That was an astronomical figure. There was no doubt that the Mo clan would be crippled if Gao Sheng were to lose. Ao clan, Xie clan, and O clan would also be half crippled. The Ao clan strength was a bit stronger, so it would only suffer some minor injuries. However, the other 2 clans would be half crippled. This price was a bit too high. It would be even more impossible for them to renege on the debt if GMO were to win. Who would dare to renege on the debt of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu in the entire 3 heavens? Even if they didn't renege on the debt, they would still have to worry about collecting protection fees. What? You don't want to accept my bet? Duke Yu's complexion turned ugly. My silver isn't a silver. Is it stone? Duke Yu is joking. Since we've opened the gambling house, we'll accept it no matter how big the bet is. The 4 of them laughed and said, Then, let's open the betting list. Duke Yu rubbed his hands and said, Open the betting list for King of Helchu as well. We'll split it and go drinking. Ao Sieyin and the other 3 frowned as they watched Duke Yu and Duke Yu swagger away with the betting list. There's something wrong with this matter. Why do I feel as if I've fallen into a trap? Ao Sieyin frowned. Oh, Du Zhao's complexion turned heavy as he said, Where did they get such great certainty that GMO would win? 800 million at once. Plus, that King of Hell choose 1 billion, it would be 8 billion. Mo Tianyin insipidly said, Let's calculate it now. Gao Sheng and Gao Liang will fight on Gao Sheng's side. Li Xiong-tu and Li Hong-tu will fight on Li clan side. Tu Qian-hao and Tu Wancheng will fight on Tu clan side. Tu Wancheng's appearance is somewhat against the rules, but Tu clan doesn't have 2 dukes, so it's pardonable. Moreover, Gao Meng will be added to Gao clan side. These are the 7 people who will fight on Gao clan side. Ao Sieyin said, Over there are GMO, Jizhu, Dong Wushang, Dong Wulei, Luo Kedi, Luo Kuwu, and Gudu Xing. Gudu Xing is seriously injured in this match, so it's tantamount to his defeat. GMO has no hope of victory against Gao Sheng. Luo Kuwu will lose no matter who he's up against. This means that GMO has already lost 3 matches, and Tu Wancheng is a king-level expert of the previous generation. He has a good chance of winning no matter who he's up against. Gao Sheng has already won 4 matches. Li Xiong Tu can also win 1 match. And there are only 2 people who have the best chance of winning on that side. They are Dong Wushang and Luo Kadi. And Luo Kadi will have to face whoever he's up against. Ao Xie squatted down and drew a map on the ground. He repeatedly shook his head and said in a puzzled manner, "No matter how you look at it, GMO will lose." Xie Danqiong's complexion was heavy as he said, "There must be something that we can't calculate. Otherwise, King of Hell Chu and Dark Bamboo wouldn't have sent money together. King of Hell Chu can reluctantly say that it's for GMO's sake, but Dark Bamboo has no reason to meddle in this matter." Ao Xie Yun quietly stood there and pondered. Then he slowly said, "It's over. I don't want to do this kind of thing again in the future. It doesn't matter if I win or lose. Moreover, I, Ao Xie, won't be there as long as Mo Tianyin is there. You can leave if I'm there." Mo Tianyin was startled. He sneered and said, "What? You feel that I've implicated you now? But why didn't you say that when you thought that you could make money? Moreover, are you so sure that we'll lose this time?" Ao Xie didn't speak. He coldly glanced at Mo Tianyin. Then he turned around and walked out. He stopped after he had walked 7 or 8 steps. Then he said without turning his head, "It's not about winning or losing this time. It's just that I feel very uncomfortable when I'm with you." Then he walked out. He walked out in a relaxed manner. Xie Danqiong sighed. He and Du Shao looked at each other. Then both of them exchanged glances and said, "Brother Mo, it's useless to say anything now. We've already received the bet. So, let's wait for the final result." Mo Tianyun's complexion was gloomy. He slowly stood up and said, "I'm going to tell Gao Xing that he can get 10% of the bet as long as he wins this time. And the 3 of us will share this 10%. Do you have any objections?" Xie Danqiong and Du Shao were startled. They looked at Mo Tianyun in astonishment. Xie Danqiong pondered for a long while and said, "I don't agree as an individual, but I have no choice but to agree for the sake of the clan. However, you have to be careful. Don't let the news leak out." Mo Tianyun insipidly nodded. Then he turned around and left. The remaining 2 people smiled bitterly at each other. Xie Danqiong said, "Du Shao, what do you think?" Du Shao pondered and said, "We won't win honorably even if we win this way. This makes me feel very uncomfortable." Xie Danqiong sighed softly and said, "What do you think if we win?" Du Shao looked at him and said, "Share the profits equally with GMO and the others." "No, you'll become a lifelong enemy if you give him money if you do that. And you'll become a lifelong enemy." Xie Danqiong insipidly said, "I'll owe GMO a favor if we win. Then I'll look for an opportunity to help him." "What do you think?" Du Zhao's eyes lit up as he said, "Good idea." Jianghu was a place where gratitude and resentment existed. The decision of Xie Danqiong and Du Shao was an appropriate reflection of the diplomatic policy of the aristocratic clans. "I won't offend you because I'm afraid that you'll fight me to the death. So, I won't deliberately get close to you. I'll arouse other people's suspicion. I'll have a reason to get close to you if you're strong. I'll follow everyone and trample on you if you're down and out." This was equivalent to the rule of the 3 heavens. Xie Danqiong nodded and said, "We'll go to encircle and annihilate the spirit beasts after this gamble. And the 3 heavens will become more and more chaotic. It will almost reach the peak of chaos. So, there will inevitably be a unification. Or, several clans will be purged after the chaos, and everything will return to a peaceful state." Du Shao also sighed. "Isn't this the real purpose of our gambling house? But who would have thought that it would be so big? We only wanted to collect some of the wealth of those scattered people. Then we would recruit them and expand our forces. But the gamble is so big that even our clans have been implicated. Siat Dan Cheong remained silent and said, "Our clans will become weak if Gaosheng loses after this. So, we'll have no choice but to live in seclusion. We'll immediately return to our clans after the encirclement and annihilation of the spirit beasts. And we'll do our best to protect our clans." Oh, Du Shao frowned. "I'm afraid that we won't be able to avoid it even if we live in seclusion. Don't forget that the master of Calamity Sword is still hiding in the dark." Xia Dan Cheong was startled. He then sighed. Both of them sighed and walked back. "This 500 million bet is a gift for you. It's a big gift. Minister June said that only Minister Chu's brother can receive it." Duke Yu slowly said while walking, "It's a big favor." Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then he smiled. "Your Minister June is very courageous." Chapter 451. Duke Yu smiled meaningfully. He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Come, let's talk at my place." At Duke Yu's residence, Duke Yu served food and wine and drank with Dong Wushang and Chu Yang. Although Dong Wushang had heard of Duke Yu's fierce reputation, it was his first time meeting him. However, he remained calm and collected. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Duke Yu deliberately looked at Dong Wushang a few more times before he looked at Chu Yang and said, "I've seen your brothers. I have to say that you have a good eye. Your friends are also good." He smiled and said, "The one with the greatest potential is the one in front of you and the one from Gu clan. However, the other three are also rare geniuses. Duke, you could be said to be a top figure in the three heavens." Even he said such words. It could be seen that he valued Chu Yang's brothers very much. Chu Yang was silent, but his eyes revealed pride. He deliberately lowered his head to hide the pride in his eyes. "My brothers, my pride." Dong Wushang felt hot. He was drinking with these two people. Naturally, he had to secretly pay attention to everything. He could clearly see the pride in Chu Yang's eyes. He suddenly wanted to cry. Who would be proud of themselves? Father and mother, this was for sure. However, he had only seen this kind of pride today, apart from his parents. And the other party was still hiding it. His big brother was also proud of him. However, every time he achieved something big, his big brother's eyes would always be filled with pride and fear. It was extremely complicated. Dong Wushang knew what his big brother was worried about. However, he didn't want to expose it. He didn't want to be the clan lord. Even if he suspected his big brother, he would still help him if he didn't. Because his surname was Dong. As a clan lord, he couldn't be a good clan lord if he didn't have such vigilance. Therefore, Dong Wushang understood. However, it didn't mean that he felt good in his heart. After all, who would feel good if they were suspected by their own brothers? Especially when he was full of sincerity, Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and lowered his head. He didn't say anything. The hair on his forehead drooped down and covered his eyes. Dong Wushang raised his head and poured a cup of wine into his heart along with this precious brotherhood. His heart was burning. You have so many brothers and good brothers at that. Of course you won't be lonely. Duke Yu said, "Therefore, since you've come to the three heavens, you must have your own position. You, Chu Yanhui, won't be willing to submit to others. Am I right? Neither your brother's family nor the dark bamboo will be able to keep you. Am I right?" "Yes," Chu Yang simply admitted. "So, you're making use of this bet to cause a change in power so that you can fish in troubled waters." Duke Yu narrowed his eyes. But the light in his eyes was so sharp that he couldn't look directly at Chu Yang. "Sometimes I really don't understand how you can take advantage of every opportunity so perfectly." Chu Yang smiled. "Isn't your dark bamboo also using this bet to create chaos in the world? Let your bamboos sprout in some new areas? Therefore, this 500 million is a big favor. But regardless of whether I accept it or not, and regardless of the outcome of the bet, your gains will be much more than this 500 million, right? Duke Yu looked at him for a while. Then he suddenly laughed. Chu Yanhui is indeed worthy of being called Chu Yanhui. Moreover, the Gao clan deliberately made this matter so big. Is it really to snatch a wife? Everyone knows that Gao Sheng doesn't like Huyan. Chu Yang coldly smiled. Ao clan, Mo clan, Xie clan, and O clan. These 4 big dukes are manipulating this bet. Is it really just for money? Are all the big clans participating in this competition to help these 2 people snatch wives? Everyone has their own plans in the 3 heavens. Chu Yang said, even if I didn't come, and even if the dark bamboo didn't exist, the reign of terror and the unification of the 3 heavens would have already begun. But the dark bamboo can't be the one to unify the 3 heavens. Duke Yu held his wine cup and said in a deep voice, that's because you're the underworld. Once you unify the 3 heavens, the 3 heavens will inevitably go to war. Those self-proclaimed righteous people will continuously resist. Then your gains won't make up for your losses. Chu Yang coldly smiled. But do you know that you've already become the dream of all the youngsters in the 3 heavens? Many people are saying that they won't be afraid of anyone as long as they have the same achievements as Duke Yu in this life. Chu Yang mockingly smiled. Moreover, these are the words of the more accomplished people. But when they reach your level, will they be afraid of anyone? Will they be content? Duke Yu became silent. His eyes flickered as he looked at Chu Yang and said, say it all in one breath. I'm also afraid when I'm alone. Chu Yang softly said, but I'm not afraid sometimes. For example, Brother Yu Wushang and I won't be your match if we have a life and death battle with you. We'll die for sure, but we're not afraid. Do you know why? Duke Yu couldn't help but ask, why? Chu Yang and Dong Wushang smiled at each other. Then they said in unison, because I have brothers by my side. I don't care if they live or die. Duke Yu quietly looked at the wine cup. He didn't speak for a long time. When I was in the lower 3 heavens, I once said to Du Xing, if my brother needs to go to the Mountain of Blades, I'm willing to let him step on me. Even if he steps on me, he can only take 1 more step. Chu Yang smiled. I can also say this here. Perhaps, in your eyes, we're gathered together to fight back. But I can tell you with certainty, if one of our brothers dies, then none of the others will survive. He proudly smiled and said, because before the last brother dies in battle, he'll discover that his brothers have already died in front of him. And you don't understand this, Chu Yang concluded. Let me return your words of fight back. Duke Yu laughed and said cheerfully, why are you talking about this? Let's drink, let's drink. The 3 of them laughed at the same time, but each of their smiles had a different meaning. Duke Yu drank while thinking of 2 words in his heart. Brothers? Brothers? Do such brothers really exist? Who wouldn't want such brothers? But do they really exist in this world? Dong Wushang was also thinking to himself, will I fight until the last moment for my brothers? Chu Yang, on the other hand, was thinking, brothers aren't words. In the blink of an eye, they were full. Duke Yu stood up to send the guests off. He smiled at Chu Yang and said, don't forget that I still owe you something. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile and said, even if you forget, I won't forget. He waved his hand and left. Duke Yu waved his hand and stood there thinking. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Chu Yang and Dong Wushang had already walked side by side to the corner. Suddenly his eyes flashed. He waved his hand, and a short saber suddenly flew out of his hand with a swoosh. It shot back towards Dong Wushang's back. This saber was like a thunderbolt and as fast as lightning. Without any warning. Not only did Chu Yang not expect this, even Duke Yu himself absolutely didn't expect this before he had this thought. He even regretted it immediately after he had released this saber. This saber had already used 30% of Duke Yu's strength, and it was a sneak attack. The speed of the saber was actually much faster than the speed of sound. A swoosh was just heard when the tip of the saber had already reached Dong Wushang's back. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang's expressions changed greatly. They never thought that Duke Yu would suddenly use poison to counterattack. It was already too late to dodge. Seeing that the saber was about to pierce through his heart, Dong Wushang's eyes revealed a look of despair. Chu Yang instantly became extremely nervous. His eyes widened instantly. He didn't have time to think and subconsciously grabbed the saber. Pop! Chapter 452. The blade of the flying knife was caught by Chu Yang. The sharp blade came into contact with Dong Wushang's flesh and blood flowed out. However, the remaining force was still extremely strong. It carried Chu Yang's right hand and continued to rush towards Dong Wushang's back. However, the speed of the flying knife finally slowed down. It only slowed down for a moment. Chu Yang's body was also thrown to one side by this violent force. He didn't have time to think. He screamed and stretched out his left hand without thinking. He grabbed the tip of the knife tightly. The tip of the knife broke through Chu Yang's palm bone. His heaven-splitting divine technique was broken through in an instant. Blood spurted out. Chu Yang's wrist turned to the side. He used his bones to hold the blade tightly. I must block it. If I can't block it, my brother will die. This was the only thought left in Chu Yang's mind. He didn't even think that this was Duke Yu's hand until now. At this time, the sword spirit reacted. He immediately moved. Then, the strength of the flying knife was still as violent as before. It carried Chu Yang's body and slammed into Dong Wushang's back. The two of them flew out together. The flying knife pierced through Chu Yang's hands like candied haws. It then pierced into Dong Wushang's body. After some buffer, it deviated and pierced into Dong Wushang's shoulder. The two of them were pierced together by this flying knife. Fortunately, the sword spirit blocked it at the last moment. Otherwise, this flying knife would have pierced through Chu Yang's palms and pierced into Dong Wushang's back. Chu Yang fell down. He immediately jumped up and pulled the knife out of Dong Wushang's shoulder. His hands were still pierced together. However, he didn't have time to deal with it. The anger in his heart had reached a boiling point. He suddenly jumped up and roared furiously. Why? Dong Wushang suddenly jumped up from the ground. When he saw that Chu Yang's hands had been pierced by the flying daggers, his eyes suddenly widened in anger. He let out a wild roar and pulled out the black saber that weighed 570 kilograms. His eyes were bloodshot. His body suddenly flew up and turned into a streak of black lightning. He disregarded all consequences and pounced towards Duke Yu. This saber was thrown out without any care for defense. The intense anger of being deceived made Dong Wushang lose his mind at this moment. Blood was spurting out from his shoulder along with the violent circulation of his spiritual power. However, he had already forgotten all of this. Despicable man. What a disgrace to the name of an expert. You actually took advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. My brother, my boss, in order to block the blade for me. Both of his hands were crippled. Dong Wushang had forgotten everything at this moment. He only knew that he had to kill the person in front of him. He had never considered that he was no match for the other party. But he just casually dodged and strangely dodged it. Dong Wushang furiously chased after him. But Duke Yu's figure flashed, and he was already beside Chu Yang. His hand hovered above Chu Yang's head as he shouted, "Stop!" Dong Wushang's whole body shook, and he fell from the sky with a piu sound. The ground he stepped on cracked. He shouted angrily, "Fong Wukai, my boss!" Chu Yang had already stood up by himself. He looked at Duke Yu coldly. Why? Duke, you looked at the knife in Chu Yang's hand and the bloody palm that had already been pierced through. A trace of guilt flashed through his eyes. He stretched out his hand and quickly pushed the flying knife away from Chu Yang's hand. The speed was so fast that Chu Yang didn't even have time to react. Duke, you looked at the blood dripping from the blade and let out a long sigh. Chu Yang snorted coldly and suddenly said angrily, "Fuck you! Are you testing us?" When he thought of this, he suddenly became so angry that his whole body trembled. This bastard, just because he didn't believe my words, he actually used such a cruel method to test us? When he thought of how Dong Wushang would have become a corpse if he had hesitated just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. His anger towards Duke Yu also rose like a flame. Duke Yu still looked deeply at the knife, and his face was full of disappointment. He sighed softly and said, "I'm sorry." As a peerless figure of the three heavens, this was the first time in his life that Duke Yu was apologizing. He continued, "Just now, you said that your brothers would follow each other in life and death. I didn't believe you." He sighed deeply and said, "But this time I believe you." He laughed self-mockingly and said, "Who asked you to be so proud?" He sighed deeply again and said in a low voice, "Why don't I have such brothers? If I had them, I wouldn't be afraid of anything." Dong Wushang had already arrived in front of Chu Yang at lightning speed. Boss, your hand!" He suddenly shouted, "Duke Yu, you son of a bitch! I'll kill you!" Chu Yang's hand had 2 horrifying holes. His 10 fingers were almost all broken. His flesh was badly mutilated, and it was too horrible to look at. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and stopped Dong Wushang. His hand was bleeding, but he had already regained his composure. However, his chest was still heaving up and down. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Brother Duke Yu, I want an explanation. Otherwise, if I don't die today, the dark bamboo will not be left alive. I can do it if you want to." Explanation. Duke Yu smiled. "All right, I'll listen to your explanation." Suddenly, he flipped his hand, and the flying knife pierced 10 big holes in his arm. Then he bit the knife and pierced another 10 holes in his other arm. Fresh blood flowed out. Duke Yu stood straight, and his expression didn't change. He spat out the flying knife. The flying knife turned into a white light and flew out with a schwa sound. It actually pierced deeply into the mountain rocks, until the hilt was visible. "This knife is stained with my brother's blood. I'll abandon it." Duke Yu said lightly, "There's another explanation. Before you and your brothers break through to the martial saint level, I can be your sparring partner. I can help you break through. If you're still not satisfied, you can come and destroy the dark bamboo." Martial saint level? Doesn't this mean that Duke Yu admitted that he was a martial saint? No one in the 3 heavens knew Duke Yu's true strength, but no matter how strong their guess was, they would never guess that this terrifying person in the 3 heavens was actually a martial saint. One had to admit that this temptation was quite big. Dong Wushang didn't listen at all. He said furiously, "Nonsense. Is my brother's blood going to flow just like that? Who cares about the martial saint level? What you've said is not even worth the blood of my boss. Wushang!" Chu Yang shouted and stopped Dong Wushang. Duke Yu's probing was true. Although his methods were too vicious, the compensation he gave made Chu Yang very tempted. With Duke Yu as the #1 super sparring partner, the strength of these brothers would increase by leaps and bounds in a single day. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he turned to Duke Yu. "Brother Yu, what would have happened if I didn't block it?" Duke Yu coldly snorted. "When I was giving out the blade, I purposely gave you a chance to block the attack for your brother. If you were only boasting about Brother Yuan in front of me and didn't block the attack, the 2 of you would have already become corpses." He smiled coldly. "No one can deceive me like this in front of me." Duke Yu sighed and said, "I also regretted it after I threw out the saber." He insipidly glanced at Chu Yang. It seemed as if he was explaining, apologizing, or envious of Chu Yang. In short, he used an extremely complicated tone and slowly said in a low and deep voice, I don't even have half a brother like you in my generation. Then he said, You can hate me or blame me. His body floated up and disappeared with a whoosh. A sigh came from the air. I'm very envious of you brothers. Chuyang didn't even have time to vent his anger before he disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but curse and said, Let's go. He stretched out his hand, and an incomplete version of the heavy pill appeared in his hand. He threw it into his mouth. This time, the saber wound was very serious. His fingers were almost cut off. Other than the heavy pill, no other medicine could heal so quickly. Chuyang was very angry when he thought of this inexplicable assassination. But he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Duke Yu was regarded as a scourge in the dark three heavens. This person's evil nature and unreasonable behavior were really unique. Dong Wushang gritted his teeth. His eyes were red. He was very unwilling to accept this. Looking at his appearance, he wanted to go back and ask Duke Yu for help. Chuyang sighed and said, Wushang, your temper. You have to be careful. When it's time to risk your life, you will naturally risk your life. But when it's not time to risk your life, you will risk your life. You have to remember this. Dong Wushang shivered. It was as if cold water had been poured on his head. He became clear-headed in an instant and said, Yes, big brother. He walked over and carefully supported Chuyang as they walked out. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said loudly, Duke Yu, I can't beat you now, so I'm leaving. But one day, I will make you pay for this stab. After he finished speaking, he waited for a while. Seeing that Duke Yu didn't respond, Dong Wushang snorted and strode away with Chuyang. In the bamboo house, Duke Yu had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at the wounds on his arms and sighed in disappointment. Looking at the backs of the two, leaving side by side, Duke Yu suddenly felt very warm in his heart. It was as if the backs of the two made him feel that, with each other by his side, there was really nothing to worry about. They weren't even afraid of death. Duke Yu's heart was filled with deep envy. He sighed softly. Then he slightly operated his martial power and looked at his wounds. Suddenly, two blazing white lights emitted from his eyes. The white lights shone on his wounds. Suddenly, those terrifying wounds closed up and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Duke Yu felt that he had never been so honest in his life. The moment he made his move, he really regretted it. If Chuyang hadn't blocked it, he would have killed the two of them. But Chuyang had blocked it. He had blocked subconsciously. Duke Yu was very shocked at that time. He remembered Chuyang's words. If my brother wants to cross the mountain of swords, I'm willing to let him step on me. Even if stepping on me can only take one step forward. Before the last brother dies in battle, he will find that the other brothers have already died in front of him. Because I have brothers by my side, I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of anything. Thinking of the two determined faces that were emitting sincere pride when they said these words, Duke Yu suddenly felt very lonely in his heart. That was why he blurted out the promise that he would be her sparring partner before she reached the saint level. There had never been a martial saint who was willing to be someone's sparring partner. Not to mention Duke Yu, who was known for his arrogance, cruelty, and temperament. But at this moment, Duke Yu didn't feel any regret in his heart, because he felt that it was worth it. Brothers and sisters, have the monthly votes stopped increasing? Okay, let me use more to exchange for the monthly votes in your hands. Chapter 453. Dong Wushang didn't say anything. He didn't show any special reaction to Chuyang blocking the saber for him, but his heart was still trembling and burning. Dong Wushang's character was different from Chuyang's. He was somewhat similar to Gu Duxing's. Chuyang's character was that he would definitely do what he said. He was a man of his word. He would definitely say it after he did it. Chuyang would never bury any of his achievements. In his previous life, he had seen many people who were too embarrassed to say what they had done and were misunderstood. He had also seen many people who only knew how to do things but didn't say it, so Chuyang realized a principle. If you don't say it, how would others know what you did? If you did it but didn't say it, how would others give you recognition? This was a world of competition, and it was a competition of life and death. He couldn't do anything stupid. After walking for several hundred feet, Chuyang circulated his martial energy to activate the medicinal efficacy. He rubbed his hand gently. The wound had already scabbed. Although there was still some pain, it was no longer a big problem. This fact made Dong Wushang widen his eyes. Chuyang smiled and patted his shoulder with his palm. He blinked and said, "Don't worry, I have elixirs. I'm not afraid of injuries." He blinked again and said, "So you don't have to be afraid either." Dong Wushang widened his eyes and suddenly laughed heartily. This time, his mood was completely relaxed. Chuyang also laughed happily. He scolded jokingly, "Damn it, a saint-level sparring partner. I've really profited this time. If that guy knew that I would recover so quickly, he would be depressed to death." Dong Wushang laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He said, "Yes, yes, ha." He laughed and laughed. Then he suddenly paused and said, "But whether it's a sparring partner or no matter what, I'll get my revenge from Elder Yu sooner or later." Dong Wushang's voice became low and deep. "Originally, my martial arts wish was to become a saber emperor. I didn't even think about becoming a saber monarch. But after meeting you, my goal changed to saber monarch. But now I only have one goal, and that is to defeat Elder Yu and get my revenge. I'll never forget this saber strike." Dong Wushang looked into the void and said deeply. Chuyang smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed that defeating Elder Yu would become Dong Wushang's long-term goal. Having such a goal was a blessing. He pondered and said, "Just a moment ago we were still chatting and laughing freely, drinking at the same table. The next moment we were already facing each other in a life and death battle, with cold blades and cold blades. Without friendship, without feelings, without benefits, with only personal joy and anger, with only a moment of inspiration, you can kill." And he killed someone who could barely be considered a friend. He sighed softly. "Wushang, Duke Yu has given me an incomparably profound lesson." "That's 3 days of Jianghu, boss." Dong Wushang stepped on the thick pine needles, making rustling sounds. He said in a deep voice, "The upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens are 2 completely different planes. Boss, we have to be clear about this. If there comes a day when our brothers are no longer by your side, you must never, ever, ever be soft-hearted." Chuyang nodded silently. "Don't let him reveal Duke Yu's strength," Chuyang warned. "I know." Dong Wushang's heart was heavy. When he saw Duke Yu's earth-shattering saber, Dong Wushang felt his own insignificance from the bottom of his heart. That kind of feeling of death directly shrouded his heart, made Dong Wushang's heart tremble. "From now on, I don't want to feel that kind of feeling again." Looking at Chuyang's blood-stained hand, Dong Wushang's heart throbbed again. "From now on, I won't let my brothers bleed for me. I don't want to feel that kind of heartache again. This requires strength." Dong Wushang didn't speak again, but his eyes became deep. A firm belief quietly rose from his heart. Perhaps even Chuyang didn't know that Duke Yu's saber had changed Dong Wushang's life's belief and pursuit. From now on, he would only pursue the peak. When he returned to the camp, he saw GMO and Luo Kudi wrestling with each other with bruises all over their faces. Dong Wushang had just experienced a life and death crisis. Seeing these two so mischievous at this time, he couldn't help but feel displeased. He stepped forward and kicked each of them, sending them flying. He roared, "What are you messing around for? Very interesting, isn't it? Idle? Stand up. Master Dong will spar with you too." "Motherfucker, you're crazy." GMO turned over and jumped up. "I'm your third brother." "Third brother." Dong Wushang chuckled mischievously. He took down the dark saber that weighed 570 pounds from his shoulder and held it in his hand. Then he said, "Since that's the case, I will accompany third brother to exchange pointers. Third brother, please advise me." Ji Mo's face fell immediately. Dong Wushang didn't say anything else. He shouted and pulled out his saber. A mass of saber light enveloped the two of them. GMO and Luo Kudi turned pale with fright at the same time. They reacted quickly and formed an alliance to fight against Dong Wushang. A moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now they were fighting side by side. The thickness of these two's skin made Chu Yang feel ashamed of his inferiority. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent came from afar. The person hadn't arrived yet, but that kind of awe-inspiring aura had already made people feel cold all over. A faint voice said, "Why are you fighting?" "Ah, boss." The awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly turned into a spring breeze. A thin figure suddenly appeared. "Gu Duxing." As soon as he saw Chu Yang, Gu Duxing rushed over in surprise. Chu Yang immediately turned around and greeted him with a smile. Both of them were inexplicably happy to see each other. Chu Yang sensitively saw that Gu Duxing's face was somewhat pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. "Open your mouth," Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing didn't have time to speak. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a pill was suddenly stuffed into his mouth by Chu Yang. In an instant, a pure spiritual power surged from his dantian. His whole body felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan, "Quickly, cultivate!" Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Gu Duxing knew that this was a rare elixir. He didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. After an hour, the 5 brothers sat together. Gu Duxing's injury had actually completely recovered. "Duxing, although your injury has recovered, don't expose it for these 2 days. At the critical moment, strike." Chu Yang said, "I know. Then I'll pretend to be a patient for these 2 days. This is easy." Gu Duxing and Chu Yang had not seen each other for a long time. He was excited and spoke more. His voice was cheerful. As he spoke, he started to cultivate. His face immediately turned pale and yellow, as if he was seriously injured. He said, "Is this okay?" Luo Kudi and GMO burst out laughing at the same time. "Old Gu is really something." Gu Duxing knocked each of them on the head. "Motherfucker, if you call me Old Gu again, I'll cut you up." Everyone laughed together. "There are still 2 days. In these 2 days, I'll give you a special training," Chu Yang said slowly. "This is related to GMO's marriage. You can't be careless. Since GMO has taken a fancy to this daughter-in-law, we not only have to fight for her, we have to win beautifully, fair and square. We can't allow any imperfections in our marriage." Chu Yang paused and said, "We can't rely on others. We brothers must do our best. Understand?" "Yes." Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kudi agreed at the same time. Ji Mo's heart warmed. His eyes turned red. His lips trembled a few times. He resisted the excitement in his heart and said with a smile, "Good. When I get my daughter-in-law, I'll get all of you drunk." "Ha ha." His voice trembled as he laughed. But the 4 of them didn't laugh at him. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who were famous for their cold faces, gently stretched out their hands and patted Ji Mo's shoulder. "Brother, we also know. After this, Heavenly Armament Pavilion will open in 3 days. Chu Yang smiled and said, "And this time AO, Xiao, and MO clans will provide us with a lot of money, especially MO Tianyin. He will provide the biggest help to our Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They were overjoyed, thinking of MO Tianyun's miserable appearance of losing his family fortune. These heartless guys laughed even harder. 1 day later, The sound of galloping cavalry rumbled outside the mountain. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one could see an extremely elite cavalry team roaring from afar like a black dragon. Every single one of them was a rare and precious horse that was hard to find. Every rider on the horse was a 1 in 10,000 expert. They were as majestic as pine trees. Their statures were tall and straight. The horses were like dragons. They were galloping horizontally and vertically. Their aura could swallow rivers and mountains. A big flag was fluttering in the wind. The flag was black. A clump of golden bamboos stood proudly in the dark. It was fluttering in the biting cold wind of empty Dingjun. The aura of a sovereign overlooking the world spread out in a rampant and arrogant manner. Cheers erupted from different directions on empty Dingjun. They went straight to the sea of clouds. Countless flags of the dark bamboo were erected in succession. One could see that the entire mountain was densely covered with flags of the dark bamboo. This momentum was truly heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, and it was extremely vast. The stream of black iron rushed into empty Dingjun. It seemed as if they had turned a blind eye to the thunderous cheers on the mountain. Jun Shiju has arrived. Gu Duxing stood beside Chu Yang. He was looking at the cavalry team rushing into empty Dingjun without any scruples. They were rushing all the way up. His eyes were emitting a fervent luster. Such power, such might, and such aura could swallow rivers and mountains. Such a sovereign overlooking the world should have belonged to a man, but it belonged to a woman now. The cavalry of the dark bamboo had already rushed into empty Dingjun. A long trail of smoke and dust was rushing straight into the sky from the main road behind them. It's no wonder that they can unify the underworld forces of the three heavens. Chu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. The black cavalry team rushed onto this platform after a long time. They appeared on the platform with a rumbling sound. Then they reined in their horses at the same time. The strong horses neighed and stood up. Then they stopped at the same time. The riders dismounted from their horses and stood straight beside their war horses. A graceful figure, dressed in black, slowly got down from the carriage and stood there. Her stature wasn't tall. In fact, she looked even shorter than a man. But she took a few steps forward, and an aura of disdain spread out from her body. This invisible power swept across empty Dingjun in a flash. At this moment, all the people in the mountains and plains were completely silent. This black figure slowly raised her head and insipidly said, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time." Her voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire empty Dingjun. There was no reply. Then she swept her eyes around and looked at the surrounding mountains. Suddenly, the entire mountain range felt as cold as the severe winter. The Lord of the Dark Bamboo, the leader of the underworld forces of the three heavens, Jun Shiju, she had arrived. Chapter 454. Dong Wushang didn't say anything. He didn't have any special reaction to Chu Yang blocking the saber for him, but his heart was still trembling and burning. Dong Wushang's character was different from Chu Yang's. He was somewhat similar to Gu Duxing. Chu Yang's character was that he would definitely do what he said. He was a man of his word. He would definitely say it after he did it. Chu Yang would never bury any of his achievements. In his previous life, he had seen many people who were too embarrassed to say what they had done and were misunderstood. He had seen many people who only knew how to do things, but didn't say it. Therefore, Chu Yang understood a principle. If you don't say it, how would others know what you did? If you did it, but didn't say it, how would others give you recognition? This was a world of competition, and it was a competition of life and death. He couldn't be stupid. After walking for several hundred feet, Chu Yang circulated his martial energy to activate the medicinal efficacy. He rubbed his hand gently. The wound had already scabbed. Although there was still some pain, it was no longer a big problem. This fact made Dong Wushang widen his eyes. Chu Yang smiled and patted his shoulder with his palm. He blinked and said, "Don't worry, I have elixirs. I'm not afraid of injuries." He blinked again and said, "So you guys shouldn't be afraid either." Dong Wushang widened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt relieved and laughed loudly. This time, his mood was completely relaxed. Chu Yang also laughed happily. He scolded jokingly, "Damn, a saint-level sparring partner. I've really made a fortune this time. If that guy knew that I would recover so quickly, he would be depressed to death." Dong Wushang laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He said, "No anchor. Not bad. Ha!" He laughed and laughed. Then he suddenly paused and said, "But whether it's a sparring partner or no matter what, I'll get my revenge from Elder Yu sooner or later." Dong Wushang's voice became low and deep. "Originally, my martial arts wish was to become a saber emperor. I didn't even think about becoming a saber monarch. But after meeting you, my goal changed to become a saber monarch. But now I only have one goal, and that is to defeat Elder Yu and get my revenge. I will never forget this slash." Dong Wushang's eyes were fixed on the beast spoon as he looked into the void and said solemnly. Chu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. From the looks of it, defeating Dukyu would probably become Dong Wushang's long-term goal. Having such a goal was a blessing. He pondered and said, "A moment ago we were still talking and laughing freely, drinking at the same table. The next moment we were already facing life and death, with cold blades and cold blades. Without friendship, without feelings, without benefits, just based on one's own emotions, just a whim, you can kill." And he killed someone who could barely be considered a friend. He sighed softly, "Wushang, Dukyu has taught me an incomparably profound lesson, O heir." That's 3 days of Jianghu boss. Dong Wushang stepped on the thick pine needles, making rustling sounds. He said in a deep voice, "Lower 3 heavens and upper 3 heavens are 2 completely different planes. Boss, we have to be clear about this. If there comes a day when our brothers are no longer by your side, you must never, ever, ever be soft-hearted." Chu Yang nodded silently. "Don't let Yu reveal his strength," Chu Yang exhorted. "I know." Dong Wushang's heart was heavy. Seeing Yu's earth-shattering saber, Dong Wushang felt his own insignificance from the bottom of his heart. That kind of feeling of death that shrouded his heart made Dong Wushang's heart tremble. "From now on, I don't want to feel that kind of feeling again." Looking at Chu Yang's blood-stained hand, Dong Wushang's heart throbbed again. "From now on, I won't let my brothers bleed for me. I don't want to feel that kind of heartache again. This requires strength." Dong Wushang didn't speak again, but his eyes became deep. A firm belief quietly rose from his heart. Perhaps even Chu Yang didn't know that Yu's saber had changed Dong Wushang's lifelong belief and pursuit. From now on, he would only pursue the peak. When he returned to the camp, he saw GMO and Luo Kadi wrestling with each other with bruises all over their faces. Dong Wushang had just experienced a life and death crisis. Seeing these two so mischievous at this time, he couldn't help but feel displeased. He stepped forward and gave each of them a kick, sending them flying. He roared, "What are you messing around for? Interesting, isn't it? Idle. Stand up. Master Dong will spar with you too." "Damn it. You're crazy." GMO turned over and jumped up. "I'm your third brother." "Third brother." Dong Wushang chuckled mischievously. He took down the dark saber that weighed 570 kilograms from his shoulder and held it in his hand. He said, "Since that's the case, I'll accompany third brother to exchange pointers." GMO's face fell immediately. Dong Wushang didn't say anything else. He shouted and pulled out his saber. A mass of saber light shrouded the two of them. GMO and Luo Ku-di turned pale with fright. They reacted quickly and formed an alliance to fight against Dong Wushang. A moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now they were fighting side by side. The thickness of these two's skin made Chu Yang feel ashamed of his inferiority. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent came from afar. The person hadn't arrived yet, but that kind of awe-inspiring aura had already made people feel cold all over. A faint voice said, "Why are you fighting?" "Ah, boss." The awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly turned into a spring breeze. A thin figure suddenly appeared. Gu Duxing. As soon as he saw Chu Yang, Gu Duxing rushed over in surprise. Chu Yang immediately turned around and greeted him with a smile. Both of them were inexplicably happy to see each other. Chu Yang sensitively saw that Gu Duxing's face was somewhat pale. Obviously, he was really injured and hadn't recovered yet. "Open your mouth," Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing didn't have time to speak. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a pill was suddenly stuffed into his mouth by Chu Yang. In an instant, a stream of pure spiritual power gushed out from his dantian. His whole body felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Gu Duxing knew that this must be a rare elixir. He didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. After an hour, the 5 brothers sat together. Gu Duxing's injury had actually completely recovered. "Duxing, although your injury has recovered, don't expose it for these 2 days. At the critical moment, strike." Chu Yang said, "I know. Then I will pretend to be a patient for these 2 days. This is very easy." Gu Duxing and Chu Yang had not seen each other for a long time. He was excited and spoke more. His voice was cheerful. As he spoke, he started to cultivate. His face immediately turned pale and yellow, as if he was seriously injured. He said, "Is this okay?" Luo Kadi and GMO burst out laughing at the same time. "Second brother Gu is really good." Gu Duxing knocked each of them on the head. "Damn it! If you call me second brother again, I will cut you up." Everyone laughed together. "There are still 2 days. In these 2 days, I will give you a special training." Chu Yang said slowly, "This is related to GMO's marriage. You can't be careless at all. Since GMO has taken a fancy to this daughter-in-law, we'll not only fight for her, but also win her beautifully, fair and square. We can't allow any imperfections in our marriage." Chu Yang paused and said, "Others can't be relied on. We brothers must do our best. Understand?" "Yes." Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kadi all agreed solemnly. Ji Mo's heart warmed. His eyes turned red. His lips trembled a few times. He resisted the excitement in his heart and said with a smile, "Good. When I get my daughter-in-law, I will get all of you drunk." "Ha ha!" His voice was trembling when he said the last 2 laughs, but none of the 4 laughed at him. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who were known for their cold faces, gently stretched out their hands and patted GMO on the shoulder. "Brother, you understand. We also understand. After this, Heavenly Armament Pavilion will also open in 3 days." Chu Yang revealed a smile and said, "And this time AO, Xia O, and MO clans will provide us with a lot of money, especially MO Tianyin. He will provide the biggest help to Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They were overjoyed. Thinking of Mo Tianyun's miserable appearance when he lost his family fortune, this group of unscrupulous people laughed even harder. 1 day later, the sound of galloping cavalry rumbled outside the mountain. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one could see an extremely elite cavalry team roaring from afar like a black dragon. Every single one of them was a rare and precious horse that was hard to find. Every rider on the horse was a 1 in 10,000 expert. They were as majestic as pine trees on the horses. Their figures were tall and straight. The horses were like dragons galloping horizontally and vertically. Their aura could swallow the rivers and mountains. The flag in the front was fluttering in the wind. The flag was black in color. A clump of golden bamboos stood tall and proud in the darkness. It fluttered in the biting cold wind of empty Dingjun. The aura of a sovereign overlooking the world spread out in a rampant and arrogant manner. Cheers erupted from different directions on empty Dingjun. They went straight to the sea of clouds. Countless flags of the dark bamboo were erected in succession. One could see that the entire mountain was densely packed with flags of the dark bamboo as far as the eye could see. This momentum was truly heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, and it was extremely vast. The black stream of iron rushed into empty Dingjun without moving. It seemed as if they had turned a blind eye to the thunderous cheers of the people on the mountain. Jun Shiju has arrived. Gu Duxing stood beside Chuyang. He was looking at the cavalrymen rushing into empty Dingjun without any scruples. They were rushing all the way up. His eyes were emitting a fervent luster. This kind of power, this kind of might, and this kind of aura of a sovereign overlooking the world should belong to a man. But it now belonged to a woman. The cavalrymen of the dark bamboo had already rushed into empty Dingjun. A long trail of smoke and dust was rushing straight into the sky from the main road behind them. It's no wonder that they can unify the underworld forces of the three heavens. Chu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. The black cavalrymen rushed onto the platform after a long time. They appeared on the platform with a rumbling sound. They then reined in their horses. The strong horses neighed and stood up. Then they stopped at the same time. The cavalrymen dismounted from their horses and stood straight beside their war horses. A graceful figure, dressed in black, slowly came down from the carriage and stood there. Her stature wasn't tall. In fact, she looked even shorter than a man. But she took a few steps forward, and an aura of disdain spread out from her body. An invisible power swept across empty Dingjun in a flash. At this moment, all the people in the mountains and plains were completely silent. This black figure slowly raised her head and insipidly said, "You've been waiting for a long time." Her voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire empty Dingjun. There was no reply. Then she swept her eyes around and looked at the surrounding mountains. Suddenly, the entire mountain range felt as cold as the severe winter. The Lord of the Dark Bamboo, the leader of the underworld forces of the three heavens, Jun Shiju, arrived. Even more, he was completely exhausted, begging for votes. To be continued. Chapter 455. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Jun. Thousands of people on empty Dingjun roared at the same time. Everyone mobilized their spiritual power, and they shook the entire empty Dingjun and raised the dust. It covered the sky. Jun Shiju looked around and smiled. Her demeanor was reserved. She kept people at a distance and didn't speak again. Hundreds of knights formed two columns with a schwa sound and protected Jun Shiju. Then they walked towards Duke Yu's location in an orderly manner. Jun Shiju's arrival signaled that this war was about to begin. All the major clans had sent important people to discuss this matter. Moreover, they wanted to see Jun Shiju's attitude. Only one person looked in the direction of Jun Shiju's troops with a complicated expression on his face. He didn't speak for a long time. This person's clothes were as white as snow. His face was like jade. His demeanor was graceful and calm. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He was tall, and his hair was as black as ink. It was fluttering in the air. He held a purple jade flute in his hand, and it was emitting sparkling and translucent rays of light. Mo Tianji had been burning with anxiety after he had received Jun Shiju's extortion order. He had immediately gathered 10 million in banknotes and had rushed over overnight to wait for Jun Shiju. He had arrived several days ago, but he hadn't shown up. It was because he didn't want to meet Mo Tianyin. The two of them had the same mother, but they didn't like each other. Mo Tianyin wanted to pull out Mo Tianji's tendons and skin him whenever he saw him, and Mo Tianji felt both depressed and disgusted when he saw Mo Tianyin. Mo Tianji's plan was only a petty trick in Mo Tianyin's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't elegant. Mo Tianyin's plot was like a child's play in the mud in Mo Tianji's eyes. It was stupid, stupid, and stupid. Such a combination of three Bs made people feel disgusted at first sight. The two brothers had been harmonious on the surface a few years ago, but they had slowly developed into fighting and scheming against each other. Then it had gradually evolved into a turbulent undercurrent. Then it had advanced into an open and covert struggle. After that, it had slowly become a reconcilable hatred. However, he had no choice but to look for Mo Tianyin now. Mo Tianji's white clothes fluttered in the wind. His calm and gentle face. Mo Tianyin's bodyguard hurriedly went in to report, "Young master, second young master has arrived." "Second young master? Mo Tianji?" Mo Tianyin snorted and said, "Let him in." Mo Tianji had already arrived outside the door before he finished speaking. He elegantly said, "I'm here. Mo Tianyin, are you ready?" Now that they were not in the house, both of them tore off their unnecessary masks of hypocrisy, calling him by his name. "Humph!" Mo Tianyin coldly snorted. With a gloomy face, he walked out and stood at the door. He casually said, "Mo Tianyin, as a younger brother of the Mo clan, don't you know how to greet the future clan head? Future patriarch?" Mo Tianji sneered. Then he impatiently said, "Are you ready? Once you're ready, hurry up and bring Xiaowu back. I'm not interested, and I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you." Mo Tianyin snorted and said, "Of course I will save my little sister. I don't need you to rush me." The experts of the Mo clan had heard the news and rushed over. More and more people came. Mo Tianyin's words naturally became sanctimonious. Mo Tianji wished he could use his big foot to ruthlessly kick this handsome face in front of him. "This bastard will die if he doesn't pretend to be righteous. Hurry up!" Mo Tianji gently smiled. "Lan Mei is still waiting outside." Hearing Lan Mei, Mo Tianyin's face immediately darkened. During this time, his lover and child were tightly controlled by Mo Tianji. If Mo Tianyin wanted to visit, he had to get Mo Tianji's permission. Every time Lan Mei went out on a mission, she would take Mo Tianji's poison before going out. She would be given the antidote when she came back. But this thing didn't make him feel comfortable. Who could stand his woman being tightly controlled by someone else, even though they were blood brothers? But Mo Tianji was still a man. Mo Tianyin thought of Lan Mei and Mo Tianji every day. It was as if he had eaten a fly. He wanted to vomit blood whenever he thought of it, but there was nothing he could do. The two brothers came out side by side. One was gentle and elegant, and the other had a face full of spring breeze. It seemed that they were a pair of good brothers. Little did they know that the two of them were secretly grinding their teeth. Second brother, Xiaowu will be engaged once she is redeemed. "Ha, you also know the person. It's Meng Luo of the Meng clan." Mo Tianyin sighed and said, "Meng Luo practices an evil technique, but he is from a big clan, so he won't treat Xiaowu unfairly." Mo Tianji's complexion turned pale, but it immediately returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Big brother is right. I heard that elder sister Lan Mei can dance very well. So I will certainly appreciate Lan Mei's public dance to celebrate Xiao Wu's engagement. Then all the men in the Songlan battlefront will be blessed. Ha ha ha." Oh, Tianyin angrily said, "You." He naturally knew that the public dance that Mo Tianyin was talking about was definitely a naked dance or a striptease. And all the men in the Songlan battlefront will be blessed was extremely vicious. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "Big brother, you don't need to worry. who would dare to bully us in the Mo clan. A few days ago, there was a reckless green-haired tortoise who dared to spout nonsense to me. I was so angry that I turned his 3-year-old son into a eunuch. Sigh. Speaking of which, I was a little cruel. I feel very guilty. I will turn your woman into a prostitute and your son into a eunuch if you dare to deal with Xiao Wu. How could Mo Tianyan not understand the meaning behind these words? Mo Tianyan was so angry that his hands and feet turned cold. He felt as if he was suffocating. He almost fainted on the spot. A king-level expert of the Mo clan behind him said in a mocking tone, "Second young master is too soft-hearted. What's there to feel guilty about turning a child into a eunuch? You must know that a real man cannot stand firm if his heart is not ruthless. A great man must be ruthless." This guy was on Mo Tianyan's side. Naturally, he would not be polite to Mo Tianji. However, he did not know the inside story, so his words were somewhat awkward. "Oh, what do you think, Ching Feng?" Mo Tianji modestly asked. "I can't do anything to that person at the moment, but that green-haired tortoise is still in my hands. Ching Feng, if you have any good ideas, you can teach me a few moves." "Isn't that easy?" Mo Ching Feng laughed with contempt. He assumed a teaching posture and said, "First of all, you can't let this little guy die. He won't be worth anything if he dies. But you can make him shed a layer of skin every day. Good idea!" Mo Tianji praised. And then, there are many ways to mess with him. It would be best to train this little bastard into a human-shaped dog. Ha ha ha. But you must let the person who offended you see this. That is, this little bastard's father. Well, it would be best to take his son out for a walk every time you see him. Then you can immediately restrain him. Mo Ching Feng was not a malicious person. Each of his ideas was more vicious than the last. In addition, after training him, you can hold an auction. Nowadays, some rich people like to play with this kind of child. Haha! During the auction, you can also bring that green-haired tortoise into the bidding. But you can't let him win. What a brilliant idea! What a brilliant plan! Wonderful! Mo Tianji clapped his hands and praised. He laughed and said, "That's very reasonable. I have decided. If that cuckold dares to offend me again, I will deal with his son like this." Mo Tianyan's breathing became heavy. His face had almost turned into the color of a pig's liver. "By the way, Ching Feng, that bastard's wife is also in my hands." Ha ha ha. Mo Tianji lowered his voice, but he deliberately let Mo Tianyan hear him. "That's even simpler." Mo Ching Feng slapped his thigh. "With a woman in my hands, I can play with that bastard to death." Before he finished speaking, Mo Tianyan could not bear it anymore. He ruthlessly slapped Mo Ching Feng's face. Then he roared fiercely, You bastard! What are you talking about? You are too presumptuous." Mo Ching Feng touched his face and was stunned. In an instant, his heart was at a loss. He was angry and aggrieved. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. "Fuck, this is unreasonable. Fuck, I am helping you vent your anger and humiliate the second young master. Why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? My devotion was all for your sake, eldest young master." Mo Ching Feng looked at Mo Tianyan with an aggrieved expression. He felt so aggrieved that tears were rolling down his cheeks. "You have wronged me." Mo Tianyan was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. So he kicked him again. You, second brother, he is still young. And you are instilling these things in him. These things, you are simply devoid of conscience. The experts of the Mo clan were dumbfounded as they looked at Mo Tianyan. They were so surprised that it seemed as if they had discovered an alien. "Fuck, what's going on? Heartless? Second young master is still young? When did the eldest young master become so protective of his brothers? Moreover, isn't this the eldest young master's specialty? He used to be exultant when he talked about it. Moreover, Mo Ching Fong was basically taught by him. How come he has become a righteous gentleman now? So pure? But who would dare to ask Mo Tian Yin when they saw his angry face? Mo Tian Yin vented his anger. Then he walked to Mo Tianji's side. He chuckled and said, "Second brother, you don't need to listen to this nonsense. Let's go and bring Xiao Wu back. No matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as your sister, who's related by blood." Mo Tianji put on a fake smile and said, "Elder brother, you are right." Therefore, the two brothers respectfully walked forward. June, Shiju arrived at Duke Yu's place. She saw that Duke Yu was treating the wounds on his arms. They had almost healed. However, she could still see that his arms had been pierced through. His arms had been pierced through by someone, and there were 20 holes in them. June Shiju was shocked. Who can injure Duke Yu like this in 3 days? To be able to beat Duke Yu to such a state, taking his life would be as easy as flipping a hand. Chapter 456. June Shiju's complexion sank. She then asked in a dignified manner, "Which old bastard came down?" Duke Yu's expression was very strange. It seemed as if he was somewhat confused and perplexed. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked in a serious manner, "Shiju, do you think that there is such a kind of sworn brother in this world?" June Shiju was startled. She thought for a while and said, "I can't say that there isn't such a thing, but I haven't seen it in reality." Duke Yu nodded. He then said in a silent manner, "But I've seen it." He sighed. "So there really is such a thing." Human nature was the most despicable thing. Duke Yu had never believed in feelings, especially when he encountered a so-called sworn brother in life and death situations. He would beat them until they were at the end of their rope. Then he would put forward a condition. Only one of them could survive. Duke Yu would coldly observe the ugly human nature of these two people whenever he saw them killing each other. And he would toy with the so-called friendship to his heart's content. He would mercilessly whip and ridicule their so-called friendship. Then he would finally kill them. He had done such a thing more than once. No one had ever had the courage to exchange their own life for the life of their sworn brother in front of Duke Yu. That was because they believed that a person like Duke Yu would never sympathize with them. In fact, he wouldn't cherish heroes and honor heroes. However, Chu Yang had used his own flesh and blood to block a blade for Dong Wushang just a day ago. Dong Wushang had also sacrificed his own life for Chu Yang. Could it be that Dong Wushang didn't know that I could crush him to death with just one finger? He must have known. But why? This matter had subverted Duke Yu's thoughts. Human nature is despicable. Everyone in the world can be killed. June Shiju didn't answer. She merely snorted and said, "Who hurt you?" "Don't ask about this matter." Duke Yu insipidly said, "It's not as serious as you think." June Shiju nodded and said, "It's fine as long as you know." She knew that no one would be able to ask Duke Yu anything as long as he didn't want to say it. Asking him would be in vain. While they were talking, Jun Lulu and Mo Qinggu also walked in. Mo Qinggu had changed into a red dress, looking smart and adorable. Her delicate body, which had just begun to grow, was like a slender and elegant orchid that was about to bloom into a flower bud. Her small face was bright, and her fine black hair flowed down her head smoothly. A delicate butterfly made of red cloud steel spread its wings above her head, ready to take flight. Her eyes were black and white, and her long eyelashes were like a dream. Her expression was innocent with a hint of intelligence, and her pointed chin had a hint of stubbornness. "Where is big brother Chu Yang? Is he in this mountain?" Mo Qinggu impatiently pouted and asked. She looked at Jun Lulu with pleading eyes. She had a delicate and pitiful look on her face. "Chu Yang," Duke Yu subconsciously said. "I just fought with him. Ah." Mo Ching Wu's small mouth opened slightly. She immediately became anxious. Is he injured? Duke Yu's spirit was shaken. He rolled his eyes and said, What does it matter if he's injured or not? Can't I just beat him up? No. Mo Ching-wu glared at him. She pouted and looked at Duke Yu fiercely. Why did you beat my big brother Chu-yang? Duke Yu scratched his head and looked at Jun Lulu. Where did this little girl come from? Did you bring this little girl to teach me a lesson? Jun Lulu couldn't help but chuckle and said, She's King of Hell Chu's darling. You can say that you beat King of Hell Chu in front of anyone but her. Did you really beat him up? Mo Ching-gu glared at Duke Yu. Her eyes had turned somewhat red. Did you beat him up in pain? Duke Yu immediately raised his hands in surrender when he saw Mo Ching-wu's clear eyes. I didn't beat him up. Instead, he beat me up. You look at me, you look at me. I'm so pitiful. Duke Yu stretched out his arm to let this little girl see the injury on his arm. He wanted to gain some sympathy. He knew that Jun Shizhu wasn't an outsider since she had brought her here. So he treated her as if she was a child. Mo Ching-gu heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She said, You obviously can't beat him up. But she rolled her eyes and said, I can't do anything if he beats you up. She jumped to Jun Lulu's side as she said this. Then she hugged her arm and gently shook it. She said, Elder sister Alu, lend me your mirror. Duke Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. I can't beat him up, but he should beat me up? Is there such a theory in this world? At this moment, a report came in from outside. Minister Jun, Minister Yu, representatives of major clans have come to pay a visit. Jun Shizhu thought for a while and said, Little Yu, you go and receive them. Just say a few words and let them go. Duke Yu nodded and rushed out as if he was escaping. He was somewhat scared of this little girl who had suddenly arrived. So, there's someone in this world who can be more unreasonable than me. Moreover, it's a little girl. The representatives of major clans left after a short while. Duke Yu didn't return. It was unknown where he had run off to. Is Minister Jun here? Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji of the Mo clan have come to pay a visit. Mo Tianji's voice resounded from outside. Mo Ching-wu's entire body trembled. Her complexion turned deathly pale. Second brother, do you really want to redeem me and let me marry that scoundrel? Mo Ching-wu had misunderstood again. Mo Tianji had come to redeem Mo Ching-wu this time. But it wasn't to give her to Meng Luo. Mo Tianji had made a big fuss with his clan after he had come to know about Mo Ching-wu's matter. Then he had proposed to take his little sister to his place so that he could take care of her. But he had been reprimanded by great elder Mo Wu Exen. So he had come here with the determination to take Mo Ching-wu away. Jun Shizhu looked at Mo Ching-wu with pity and said, You too go and sit behind the screen first. Jun Lulu complied and walked over with Mo Ching-wu. The two of them had just sat down when they heard Jun Shizhu's deep voice from outside. Let them roll in. The sound of footsteps was heard after a short while. Then two people said in unison, Greetings, Minister Jun. Jun Shizhu was sitting on an armchair. She snorted and said, Have you brought the silver? Mo Tianji asked in a deep voice, Is my little sister safe? Jun Shizhu coldly said, Don't you trust the credibility of Dark Bamboo? Mo Tianji gently said, Dark Bamboo's name shakes the world, so I naturally trust it, but this kidnapping is too outrageous. May I ask Minister Jun, what's the cause of this matter? Jun Shizhu coldly said, Mo Tianji, I want the silver. I don't want your nonsense. Take out the silver if you have it, and get lost if you don't. Don't show off your eloquence in front of me. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then he said, The banknotes are here since that's the case. Mo Tianyun had given him the banknotes, so he took them out. Mo Tianyun became even more jealous in his heart. He had always been conceited that he was on par with Mo Tianji. In fact, he was even better than him. However, Mo Tianji was speaking frankly and with assurance in front of Jun Shizhu today. In fact, he could even question her. But he was intimidated by Jun Shizhu's fame and power, so he couldn't speak. He was afraid that his voice would tremble if he spoke. However, he didn't know that Mo Tianji's heart was beating like a drum in the face of Jun Shizhu's deliberate coercion. But he was worried about his little sister. Moreover, he was filled with indignation. So he remained calm and collected. "Golden Hand!" Jun Shizhu coldly shouted. "Your subordinate is here." A person appeared in the tent with a schwa sound. "Hua Kuo, come and check the banknotes." Jun Shizhu insipidly said, "See if there's any mistake." Mo Tianji wrinkled his brows. "Jun Shizhu wants to play tricks? Are you kidding me? Who in the world would dare to give you fake banknotes? Would I make a mistake in front of you? I don't want to court death." Golden Hand Huaqiuo was a thin, middle-aged man. His hands were dry and steady. He took the banknotes worth 10 million taels. Then he wiped his saliva with his finger. Then he started to count them one by one in front of Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji stared at him attentively as he counted the banknotes. His heart suddenly jumped. "This isn't right." Minister Jun Golden Hand Huaqiuo said in a puzzled manner. 10 million taels of banknotes? This is clearly 20 million taels of banknotes with 40 sheets of white paper. This is too much. Who did this? 40 sheets of white paper. Jun Shizhu's complexion sank. Is that so? Wait a minute. Mo Tianji shouted. He had already counted the banknotes before he came here. 10 million taels of banknotes wasn't a small amount. How could they turn into white paper here? That guy must have done something. But his movements are so slow. How did he do it? I didn't even see it. Can I take a look? Mo Tianji asked. Golden Hand Huaqiuo didn't seem to understand. He nodded foolishly and said, "Okay." Then he handed the banknotes back. Mo Tianji took them, and his heart sank. It feels different. He turned them over a little and saw that they were all white paper. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. What's going on? Jun Shizhu frowned and asked. Mo Tianyin angrily said, "What's the meaning of this?" Minister Jun, even a thief has a code of conduct. Blackmail shouldn't be done like this. He couldn't stay calm. After all, he was a pauper at the moment. He didn't have any money. He wouldn't be able to get even a single cent if the bet wasn't over. He would lose face if Jun Shizhu blackmailed him. Jun Shizhu's phoenix, like eyes turned cold. She narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "Blackmail you? So what?" Mo Tianji looked on with cold eyes. He saw that Jun Shizhu's limpid eyes had begun to emit a murderous aura. He couldn't help but shiver in his heart. He knew that the opposite party had blackmailed him for 40 million taels. So he hastily said, "It must be little brother's negligence. Hee. I remember that I had some white papers in my bosom. I must have mixed them. Please forgive me, Minister Jun. I will make up for it." Jun Shizhu meaningfully looked at Mo Tianji. Then she faintly smiled. "Is that so?" She couldn't help but say in her heart, "This Mo Tianji is worthy of the title Master of Calculation and Manipulation. He has seen through my intention to deal with them. I don't really want the 40 million taels of banknotes." However, she saw Mo Tianji take out the banknotes. He then said with a smile, "I will give you the banknotes one by one this time. Don't count them wrong." Jun Shizhu smiled and said, "All right, take them." Mo Tianyin finally felt relieved. He said, "I'll have to trouble Minister Jun. Please ask my little sister to come out. Minister Jun is very busy. We won't disturb you any longer. We will take my little sister back. Thank you very much for taking care of her during this time." Mo Tianji had paid the banknotes. So Mo Tianyan naturally had to come out and play the good guy. Jun Shiju frowned and said, "What? Mo Tianyan, are you sure? When did I say that you can take her away after paying the banknotes?" Chapter 457. Mo Tianyan stared blankly. He scratched his head and asked, "What is the meaning of this, Minister Jun?" He thought, "What kind of rule is this if you don't release her after paying the money?" "Jun," Shiju coldly said, "didn't you read the letter clearly? And now you are looking for me to release her? What a joke!" Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji were stunned. Both of them took out the extortion letter from their bosoms and read it again. Then they looked at each other in dismay. "There's no problem." "Read it out," Jun Shiju said. "The daughter of Mo clan, Qingwu, is currently in Dark Bamboo hands. Quickly pay 10 million silver taels. Otherwise, the hostage will be killed." Mo Tianyan read it out in a puzzled manner. He frowned, but didn't find any problem. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed, and he immediately realized that this was bad. Jun Shiju sneered and said, "I only said that I wouldn't kill the hostage as long as you pay the money. When did I say that I would hand her over to you? Don't tell me that your sister can eat my food, drink my water, wear my clothes, use my things, and live in my place without paying money?" Mo Tianyan was flabbergasted. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "These 10 million silver taels are only for your sister's food expenses." Jun Shiju insipidly said, "Please go back if you don't have anything else to say. Of course, you're welcome to stay here if you want to. You only need to pay 10 million silver taels for food expenses." Behind the curtain, Jun Lu tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. "I didn't expect that my elder sister had such an idea. It's a brilliant plan." Mo Tianyan stood outside the door. He angrily asked, "Why did you pull me out?" "You can still go in," Mo Tianji said, "as long as you can come up with 10 million silver taels." Mo Tianyan snorted and said, "Then why did you give her 40 million silver taels? That's clearly extortion. I said that you're stupid, but you're stupid to this extent." Mo Tianji looked at him with contempt and said, "Jun Shiju is looking for trouble. Can't you see that? You and I would have been out of luck if we hadn't paid the money. That 10 million silver taels is extortion. That 40 million taels are to buy our safety. You can't even see this point. What right do you have to be the Mo clan's young clan lord?" Mo Tianyan became furious. "You!" Mo Tianyan shook his head and said, "You do your thing. I won't stop you if you want to go back and look for Jun Shiju. I have something to do. I need to find someone." He didn't wait for Mo Tianyan's reply. He simply turned around and left. Mo Tianyan spat out a mouthful of saliva and touched his pocket. Right now, his pockets were really empty. He could not help but clench his teeth. Then he bitterly muttered to himself, "Let's see if you, Mo Tianji, can still be arrogant in front of me after I win that billion." He sneered and left as well. Little did he know that at this moment, Mo Tianji was also cursing in his heart. This bastard is actually gambling with his clan's property. If he loses, then you, Mo Tianyan, are nothing. Not even comparable to a dog's fart. Chu Yang was with Gu Duxing. "Duxing, what happened to your injuries?" Chu Yang asked. Mo Tianyan did it. Gu Duxing casually said, "I heard about this matter. So, I went to look for Mo Tianyan to settle the score. But I ended up being besieged by him and a large number of experts. I killed a few of them and got a little injured." Gu Duxing said it casually, but how could Chu Yang not hear the danger hidden in this light voice? Gu Duxing probably escaped from death. What exactly happened? Is it worth you taking such a big risk? Chu Yang frowned. Gu Duxing looked at him in shock. "Don't you know?" Chu Yang was taken aback. What do I know? Gu Duxing was furious. What's wrong with GMO and the rest? How could they hide such a big matter from you until now? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He said, about Qing Wu? Gu Duxing let out a long howl. GMO, the few of you, get your asses over here. In an instant, Dong Wushang and the rest came over. Gu Duxing's eyes widened. He said angrily, why didn't anyone tell boss about little Wu? GMO scratched his head and widened his eyes. What, didn't boss already know? Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. When did I know? Luo Ku Di, Dong Wushang, and GMO looked at each other in dismay. Then they sighed at the same time. We saw that you dealt with Meng Luo as soon as you arrived. And you put the Meng clan in a difficult situation. Then you dealt with Mo Tianyun in the gambling house. We thought that you knew. How come you still don't know? Dong Wushang and Luo Ku Di's faces darkened. This was a big problem. Chu Yang frowned. I dealt with Meng Luo because you wanted to snatch his storm leopard. And I dealt with Mo Tianyun because he didn't treat little Wu well. What does this have to do with Qing Wu? Chu Yang wanted to inquire about Mo Qing Wu's whereabouts as soon as he arrived here. But he thought that everyone was busy with Jimo's marriage. Everyone was under pressure. Moreover, Mo Qing Wu was still very young. So, she shouldn't have any big problems in the Mo clan. So he thought that he would go and fetch Mo Qing Wu after he had dealt with this matter with GMO. Did something happen to little Wu? Mo Tianyun and Meng Luo were very close some time ago. They must have talked about little Wu's matter. And they encouraged Meng Luo to propose marriage to the Mo clan on the basis of the alliance between the two clans, Gu Duxing slowly said. Propose marriage? Chu Yang stood up with a schwa sound. He angrily said, are Meng Luo and Mo Tianyun courting death? He recalled that Meng Luo practiced an evil technique. It's so vicious that they want to harm Qing Wu. Suddenly, a murderous aura burst out from his body. It couldn't be contained. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang felt cold all over. And Meng Luo followed the good advice. He immediately proposed marriage to the Mo clan. He wanted to take Mo Qing Wu as his concubine, and the great elder of the Mo clan, Mo Wu Xan, made the final decision after some discussion. He agreed to this marriage. Gu Duxing said everything in one breath. Chu Yang was so angry that his hair stood up. He clenched his teeth so hard that they made grinding sounds. His body was also trembling. Concubine, Meng Luo, I, Chu Yang, announce that you bastard have won the big prize. I heard about this matter at that time. So, I immediately went to look for Mo Tianji. But Mo Tianji had already gone deep into the Songlan continent by that time. So, I turned back and went to look for Mo Tianyun and fought with him. Gu Duxing's eyes exposed a cold ray of light as he said, but big brother, you're here now. So, you should make the decision. You don't need to have any misgivings. We'll do whatever you say. Dong Wushang and the other two said in unison, that's right. Little Wu is only 11 years old. The Mo clan is obviously devoid of conscience. Big brother, don't worry. We'll do whatever you say. Humph. It seems that I was too lenient. Chu Yang was extremely regretful. Motherfucker. How could I have let that bastard Meng Luo go back alive if I had known about this earlier? Someone rushed in from outside. An Imperial Guard reported, Second Young Master, there's a matter. Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kudi turned around at the same time. Which Second Young Master did you call? The Imperial Guard's forehead was full of sweat. Second Young Master Dong. The Second Young Master of the Mo clan, Mo Tianji, has come to pay a visit. He said that he has an important matter to discuss with you. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold as he said, let him come here. I'm looking for him to settle the account. The Imperial Guard didn't dare to stay any longer when he saw that the faces of these masters had turned as cold as frost. He rolled and crawled and immediately rushed back. Someone hurriedly came in after a short while. He said from afar, "Dong Wushang, is Chu Yang here?" It was Mo Tianji, and the person he was looking for was Chu Yang. Mo Tianji had already known that Chu Yang had arrived in the three heavens, but he felt that he didn't have the face to see Chu Yang. "I couldn't even protect my little sister. She had given me a peerless treasured saber, but my own clan had snatched it away. This is such a shameful thing. How can I explain this to Chu Yang?" He recalled how Chu Yang had earnestly entrusted him with a task when they had parted in the past. He had solemnly vowed to protect Chu Yang, but he hadn't done anything yet. So, how could he not feel ashamed? Therefore, he had immediately hidden away in shame when he had found out that Chu Yang had arrived at MT Dingjun. In fact, he didn't even have the nerve to participate in such a lively gambling event. He couldn't wait to hide from Chu Yang. But Jun Shiju's matter had been exposed. So, Mo Tianji had to thicken his skin and look for Chu Yang even if he was embarrassed. After all, he had heard that Chu Yang and Duke Wei were friends. Moreover, Duke Wei had taken the initiative to act as a notary for the gambling event between Chu Yang and his elder brother. Therefore, he had immediately come to look for Chu Yang. Retrieving Mo Qing Wu would be a piece of cake as long as Chu Yang was willing to ask Duke Wei to act on his behalf. It must be said that Mo Tianji's brain worked exceptionally fast. Mo Tianji had arrived at the right time. He had arrived just in time for Chu Yang's outburst of anger. So he had hit the jackpot. "Chu Yang, you're here." Mo Tianji was pleasantly surprised. "I've come to ask you for a favor." "You still have the nerve to ask me for a favor?" Chu Yang looked at him furiously. "Mo Tianji, you can't even protect your little sister. You let her be bullied and humiliated. And you've come to ask me for a favor? Are you joking with me?" Mo Tianji's face turned red. He stammered. "I've come to discuss with you," Chu Yang coldly said. "What do you want to discuss with me?" Mo Tianji was helpless, so he humbly apologized. His handsome face had turned red. "I only want an explanation." Chu Yang angrily said, "What happened to little Wu? What do you plan to do? What kind of shameful thing has your Mo clan done?" "I've come to discuss this matter with you," Mo Tianji helplessly said. "It seems that only you can act on this matter." "Act on my behalf? Do I have so much face in your Mo clan?" Chu Yang was surprised. "Little Wu has run away from home, but she has fallen into the hands of Jun Shiju, the Lord of Dark Bamboo. She's currently being detained, and she's doing her best to torment our Mo clan." Mo Tianji anxiously said, "I've heard that you're very familiar with Duke Wei?" Chu Yang immediately became vigilant. "First, tell me clearly." Mo Tianji then narrated the matter from when Mo Qing Wu had run away from home until now. He bitterly sighed and said, "I now understand that Jun Shiju didn't kidnap Mo Qing Wu. She probably doesn't find our Mo clan pleasing to the eye. So, she's deliberately tormenting us. I wouldn't have had any objection if this matter didn't involve little Wu. But the problem is that the little house is with her." Chu Yang frowned and said, "What do you plan to do with little Wu if she gets out? Send her back to the clan?" "Sending her back to the clan is impossible." Mo Tianji resolutely and decisively said, "I will take her far away." Chapter 458. Mo Tianji thought for a while. Then he made a prompt decision and said, "All right. Now that the clan is in crisis, Mo Tianyin has mortgaged a small part of his property. If Mo Tianyin wins, I must immediately take action and take down Mo Tianyin. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to move forward if Mo Tianyin relies on his strong financial resources to develop his strength. If Mo Tianyin were to lose, it would be a heaven-sent opportunity for Mo Tianji. I will settle accounts with your Mo clan sooner or later. Chu Yang looked coldly at Mo Tianji. He then said gloomily, I wouldn't care if Little Wu was well and loved. But your Mo clan has mistreated Little Wu. So I might as well tell you this. Whether it's you or Mo Tianyin who will be in power in the future, I will take back what I owe Little Wu. No one in the entire heavens can take advantage of me without paying a price if I... Chu Yang, don't want to... Chu Yang said heavily. Then he didn't wait for Mo Tianji to reply. He strode out and said, I'm going to look for Duke Yu. I'll go with you. Mo Tianji's face turned red as he followed Chu Yang. He had never been scolded in such an embarrassing manner. However, Mo Tianji had no choice but to swallow it. Who told your clan to be so useless and heartless? You guys don't need to go. Seize the time to cultivate. We can't afford to lose tomorrow's battle. Chu Yang said to Gu Duxing and the others who had followed him. Gu Duxing nodded. He took his brothers back to continue their training. Brother Chu, why are you so good to my younger sister? Mo Tianji could see that Chu Yang was much more attentive to Mo Qing Wu than to her elder brother. I like Qing Wu very much, Chu Yang replied vaguely. But you like her too much. Mo Tianji muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Chu Yang naturally didn't dare to let him know that he liked his younger sister. He wanted to wait for her to grow up so that he could marry her. Mo Tianji would fight him to the death if that happened. Is as beastly as Meng Luo. Don't worry. I will clean up the evil tendencies in the Mo clan, bit by bit, if I have the power. Mo Tianji sighed and said, Brother Mo, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Chu Yang said as he walked. Please speak. Setting your sights on only one clan is a bit limiting. Moreover, it's not flexible enough. Chu Yang said in a careful manner. How could I not know? Mo Tianji let out a long sigh. Mo Tianyin and I were fighting for power. Could it be that Mo Tianji was fighting for the position of the clan lord? Mo Tianji, have deep feelings for my clan. He couldn't bear to see his clan fall at the hands of Mo Tianyin. Mo Tianyin is narrow-minded. He is vicious and merciless. He will do anything to achieve his goals. The Mo clan cannot fall into his hands. He took a deep breath and said, I want to bring my clan and charge into the upper three heavens. Fulfill the wish of the Mo clan's ancestors for dozens of generations. Chu Yang remained silent. He sped up and said, I wish you success. The two of them hurriedly rushed forward and soon arrived at the place where Duke Yu was. Brother Yu, Chu Yang has come to visit. Please come out and meet me. Chu Yang shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Inside, Mo Qing Wu jumped up and danced in the air. Its elder brother, Chu Yang. This voice would appear in her dreams almost every night. It would always gently comfort her. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. Xiao Wu, you have me. Xiao Wu. Now she had finally heard it. Mo Qing Wu jumped up and cheered. Then she fell down and suddenly became startled. She pricked up her small ears and nervously listened to the outside. She suddenly grabbed Jun Lu's hand and anxiously said, Elder Sister Alu, did I hear wrong? Someone was really shouting, right? That was elder brother Chu Yang's voice, right? I wasn't dreaming, right? Jun Lu held back her laughter and said, I didn't hear it. Mo Qing Wu hung her head dejectedly. She sat down on the ground and said, Am I really dreaming? Jun Shiju's voice resounded. Alu, you look after this little girl. I will take a look at this king of Helchu. Mo Qing Wu was startled. Then she became ecstatic. So it wasn't a dream. She got up and was about to rush out. But Jun Lu didn't manage to grab her. She saw that this little girl had reached the door and had quickly turned around and ran back. She plunged her head in front of the mirror and anxiously looked left and right. Then she turned around and rushed out again. Jun Lulu's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She held her and whispered, "Don't worry. Let your elder brother Chuyang and elder sister talk business first. Then I will give you to your elder brother Chuyang." Mo Ching Wu's eyes were filled with tears. She revealed an intensely unwilling look, but she eventually nodded in a well-behaved manner. "I want to listen," Jun Lulu repeatedly agreed. Okay. As long as you don't make any noise." Mo Ching Wu silently nodded. Then she lowered her head. Her eyes were already red. After the ecstasy passed, she only felt boundless grievances bubbling up in her heart. "I want to tell elder brother Chuyang about everything. I've suffered too much in the past year." "Boo-hoo!" The sound of footsteps came from outside. Chuyang shouted. Then he saw someone come out and invite him in. He walked inside without thinking. Mo Tianji also wanted to follow him, but he was stopped by an imperial guard. The guard said, "Minister, June only wants to see Minister Chu." Mo Tianji was helpless. He had no choice but to wait outside. Chu Yang walked in and saw a black-clothed woman. She was standing in the room with her back towards him. Her hair was like a cloud of mist, and her figure was graceful. She was wearing ordinary black clothes, but it gave people a feeling that she was in the clouds. It seemed as if she was an ethereal immortal. She was riding the clouds and riding the wind. "Your Excellency is—" Chu Yang's pupils shrank. He faintly guessed, "Minister Jun, right?" "Minister, Chu has good eyesight." Jun Shizhu slowly turned around. Her sharp eyes looked at Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang felt as if a steel needle had fiercely pierced his face twice. Jun Shizhu's face was covered with a black veil, so it couldn't be seen what she looked like, but her eyes were like bright stars in the night sky, so people couldn't look at her directly. "Minister Chu must have come for Mo Ching Wu," Jun Shizhu insipidly said. Chu Yang's mind shivered. He said yes. "Mo Tianji must have gone to ask for help?" Jun Shizhu smiled. "Yes," Chu Yang calmly admitted. "Sure enough, I deliberately made things difficult for Mo Tianji because I wanted Minister Chu to come here for a chat." Jun Shizhu's voice contained a cold smile as she said, "I would have given you too much face if I had come to pay you a visit. So, I had no choice but to resort to this plan. Minister Chu, please don't take offense." Chu Yang smiled. "Minister Jun is an expert of this generation. You're a senior expert. You have a high position and power. You're the overlord of this generation. So, Chu Yang should have come to pay a visit to you." Jun Shizhu had unleashed her imposing aura when Chu Yang had come in. She had turned around and created an aura of a monarch overlooking the world. And this aura had shrouded Chu Yang. At the same time, she had been carefully observing Chu Yang's expression, voice, eyes, and even the movements of his muscles. However, she had discovered that Chu Yang hadn't changed in the slightest. He was the same as he had been when he had come in. He was neither arrogant nor overbearing. In fact, even his pulse hadn't changed. It was rare to see such a young man with such willpower among the heroes of the world. Jun Shizhu's eyes slightly flashed with a mysterious light. She thought, "No wonder little you values him so much. This young man is really extraordinary." "Minister Jun, there's no harm in speaking your mind," Chu Yang said. "Minister Chu, what do you think of my dark bamboo?" Jun Shizhu pondered for a moment. Then she suddenly asked, "Dark bamboo dominates the upper three heavens, so it's naturally a first-class force." Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Such a force is enough to dominate a region even in the upper three heavens. It's a pity that there are few top-notch experts. Otherwise, dark bamboo wouldn't have been the ruler of the upper three heavens. It would have been a veritable overlord of the upper three heavens. It's a pity that there are few top-notch experts. Jun Shizhu slowly repeated. Her eyes exposed a smiling expression. That's good. I can return Emo Qingwu to you. Jun Shizhu didn't beat around the bush and said, but I want Minister Chu to promise me something. Or give me a promise. I never make any promises. Chu Yang insipidly said, I never make promises to anyone or anything. He looked at Jun Shizhu with a serious expression and said, Minister Jun must be aware that the so-called promises are only used for betrayal. I don't want to break my promise to anyone. A promise is too heavy for me. The look of appreciation in Jun Shizhu's eyes became even more intense. She said, that's good. Then, you don't have to promise me anything. But, Minister Chu, you have to promise me something at an appropriate time in the future. How about it? She smiled and said, it's a request that won't embarrass you. Chu Yang pondered. Jun Shizhu's words were simple, but could it be that the dark bamboo's request was simple? Minister, Chu has just arrived here. So, you can't contend with a big clan yet. In exchange, I, Jun Shizhu, can guarantee that no one will snatch Mo Qingwu away from you. Jun Shizhu smiled and stated her condition. All right. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and agreed. This was the most troublesome matter for him at present. It's a deal. Even a galloping horse can't catch up. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Jun Shizhu felt relieved in her heart. This way we'll have an opportunity to turn things around when that peerless master arrives. Moreover, there's still some time left. Chu Yang will be entangled with many things during this period of time. He will be in constant trouble. Moreover, his ambition will be very big. So, why would she worry about her relationship with Chu Yang? Jun Shizhu hadn't thought that the peerless master she had imagined was standing in front of her at this moment. Jun Shizhu gently smiled. Then her body fluttered like a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from Chu Yang's sight. Jun Lu gently released Mo Qingwu from behind the curtain and quietly disappeared. Then, a voice that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out, Brother Chu Yang! Her voice was so loud that it almost broke her throat. Qingwu? Chu Yang's entire body shook. He suddenly turned his head in pleasant surprise. He saw a petite figure rushing towards him as if her life depended on it. When she was halfway there, she suddenly flew up and pounced towards him. Chu Yang subconsciously opened his arms. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. He felt a burst of fragrant wind in his arms. Then a soft body wrapped itself around his body like an octopus. Mo Qingwu firmly stuffed her small head into his bosom. She felt happy, sad, and satisfied at the same time. She flattened her small mouth, and her voice had already changed. Brother Chu Yang, you've finally come? Boo-hoo! She burst into tears before she could finish speaking. She opened her small nose and greedily breathed in Chu Yang's scent. She suddenly felt so happy that she wanted to cry. She felt so happy that her heart ached. How long have I been looking forward to this embrace? How many times have I dreamed of it? Chu Yang held her tightly and couldn't speak. Only his heart was beating intensely. Little Wu, Qingwu, I've come. I won't let you suffer any grievances. My Qingwu. Chapter 459. Qingwu. Chu Yang hugged this soft body tightly. His voice was almost hoarse. His heart trembled as he called out this name with a trembling voice. Mo Qingwu used all her strength to squeeze her petite head into Chu Yang's chest. She used all her strength to control herself so that she wouldn't cry out loud. However, her small mouth had already become extremely flat, and tears silently gushed out from her eyes. She was holding it in so much that she actually felt a little dizzy. Chu Yang felt that his clothes on his chest were quickly soaking. Then, the soaking area slowly and rapidly expanded. Mo Qing Wu's body trembled slightly in his arms. However, she still didn't say a word. She clenched her teeth tightly. However, the two hands that were hugging him became more and more forceful. What kind of grievances had she suffered in this year? At this moment, she needed to vent. Vent the grievances in her heart. Chu Yang knew. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't ask anything now. If he asked, Mo Qing would only feel more uncomfortable. Just let her be in his arms. Just let her be in his arms and feel his feelings for her. Chu Yang quietly hugged her. He didn't speak. After a long time, Mo Qing Wu's body trembled slightly. Then it slowly calmed down. Her throat made a moaning sound. She coughed a few times in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang could feel Mo Qing Wu's breath coming out of her small mouth. It made his skin feel a little hot. Mo Qing Wu tried her best to lower her head. She finally moved her head away from Chu Yang's bosom a little, but she still held him tightly. She used her free hand to wipe her tears with extreme caution. Her movements were very light. It seemed that she was afraid that Chu Yang would find out what she was doing. She didn't want big brother Chu Yang to see her tears after being separated for more than a year. She wanted to be happy. She wanted to smile at brother Chu Yang. However, she couldn't help but cry. Tears of joy, tears of grievance, tears of sadness, tears of finally meeting again. She wiped hard. She wanted to wipe away her tears. Then, she raised her head and smiled at brother Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, I missed you so much. She wanted to show brother Chu Yang the happy smile that brother Chu Yang liked to see. She wanted to let this smile tell brother Chu Yang that she was fine. Because you finally came. No matter what happened, it was all good. It was the best. However, the more he wiped, the more tears he shed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe them all away. She was a little flustered and hated herself. Why did she have to cry? Don't cry, little Wu. Brother Chu Yang is already here. Why are you still crying? You're safe. You're fine. With brother Chu Yang by your side, no one can hurt you. She tried hard to convince herself, but she couldn't stop herself from crying. In the end, she gave up and let her tears flow out. She sobbed and said, Brother Chu Yang, I'm sorry. I want to cry when I see you. Chu Yang gently stroked her long hair. He felt that his eyes were a little dry. He said, If you want to cry, then cry. Big brother Chu Yang will accompany you here. My light dance, regardless of crying or laughing, I like it. Everyone is happy. He hadn't even finished speaking when he heard a wah sound. Mo Qing Wu opened her mouth and started to cry. She cried so hard that her heart was broken. Boo-hoo! Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Boo-hoo, I dreamed of you that day. Boo-hoo! Mo Qing Wu sobbed and cried. She used Chu Yang's clothes to wipe her tears. She poured her heart out at the same time. She couldn't remember anything now. The grievances that she had suffered had almost made her collapse several times. She had thrown them to the back of her mind. She only wanted brother Chu Yang to know how much she missed him, how much I yearned for brother Chu Yang's embrace. This is the only thing in the world that can make me feel at ease. Chu Yang held Mo Qing Wu in his arms. He slowly walked a few steps and sat down on the armchair that Jun, Shiju had sat on. He let this delicate and small body kneel on his lap. He tenderly looked at Mo Qing Wu as she sobbed and poured her heart out. Her rosy little mouth flattened. There was a look of grievance on her face. She was very careful. It seemed as if she was afraid that brother Chu Yang would get tired of her. Gradually, the careful look disappeared. What was left was only grievance and longing. Slowly, the grievance also disappeared. What was left was only longing. It seemed as if Mo Qing Wu hadn't felt any grievance or pain in the past year or so. There was only longing. There was nothing else. Mo Qing Wu lowered her head as she spoke. But She slowly began to gather the courage to raise her head and look at Chuyang. Her eyes were brimming with tears. There was still grievance in the depths of her eyes, but it slowly began to flash with shyness and joy. Mo Ching Wu's tears finally stopped. She looked at Chuyang in a daze. Then she hugged Chuyang's neck. Her face slowly turned red, and her eyes became swollen like peaches. She bit her lips and timidly asked, "Brother Chuyang, do I look ugly now?" Chuyang shook his head vigorously. "What are you talking about? My Ching Wu is always the most beautiful at any time. Brother Chuyang can't get enough of looking at you." Mo Ching Wu felt relieved. She smiled. She gently stuck her face on Chuyang's chest and said in a low and satisfied voice, "Brother Chuyang, I'm very happy. I'm very happy." Then she closed her eyes and listened to Chuyang's heartbeat. She felt the warm aura of Brother Chuyang's body. She curled up in his arms like a soft kitten. The corners of her mouth exposed a trace of a touching smile. Her little mouth finally curled up in happiness. "I'm not afraid at all. I'm not flustered at all. I don't have to worry at all. I don't have to feel wronged at all. Brother Chuyang is here. I don't have to worry about my things being taken away by others. I don't have to worry about being given away as a concubine. I don't have to worry about people looking down on me and abandoning me. Brother Chuyang will protect me. Definitely. Everything is fine." Chuyang's heart was peaceful and satisfied, hugging this delicate little body. He seemed to feel that his life was finally complete. "Brother Chuyang, I'm very happy." This sentence was also silently said in his heart. "Ching Wu, I'm also very happy. I can feel that you're full of vitality in my arms. I'm very happy. I'm very happy." He thought of his previous life. Mo Ching Wu weakly snuggled in his arms and said, "Chuyang, I look better than the sword." Then he thought of today's sentence. "I'm very happy." Chuyang instantly felt that his previous life and this life were gathered together. His mind was a mess. It was strange and variegated. It was as if at this moment he had returned to the purple bamboo forest of his previous life. Then he suddenly returned like a dream, feeling the warm and soft body in his arms. Chuyang suddenly felt a burst of satisfaction. He silently said, "Ching Wu, if there is a next life, I will dance with you under the heavens. I'm satisfied. I will definitely dance with you under the heavens. I won't have any more regrets." He lovingly lowered his head to look and saw that Mo Ching Wu was dressed in red. Her soft hair was draped over her shoulders, and the red cloud steel butterfly was flashing on her head. She didn't have any other accessories besides this butterfly. Her long eyelashes softly stuck to her eyelids. Like a tired butterfly, she began to stopping in this warm embrace. Mo Ching Wu contentedly and happily sighed. She moved her arms that were a little sore from hugging Chuyang. She changed her posture, squirmed a little, and hugged him tightly again. She didn't want to let go for a moment. "I wrote 2,000 words for 14 hours. I deleted more than 10,000 words. The only thing I'm satisfied with is these 2,000 words. When I typed the title, Brother Chuyang, I'm so happy, my heart suddenly turned sour, and tears started to fall out of my eyes. I'm very happy, because I wrote the feeling I wanted." Chapter 460. As the sun set in the west, rays of multicolored light shone upon the forest and the mountains, making it look like a sea of flowing light. Chuyang carried Mo Ching Wu and walked out with a smile. It was as if he had walked out of a fairy tale. His black robe fluttered, his figure tall. Mo Ching Wu, dressed in red, lay in his arms. The sunlight on the horizon seemed to embed a layer of gold on Chuyang and Mo Ching Wu's bodies. At least in Mo Tianji's eyes, it was a kind of beauty that shook his soul in an instant. This feeling was so harmonious, so touching. Mo Chingu seemed to have grown on Chu Yang's body and would not come down no matter what. From time to time, she would raise her head and smile at Chu Yang. After a while, she would raise her head and smile at him again. Her smile was bright and satisfied. Mo Tianji stood there, dumbfounded by what he saw. He had been waiting here for an entire afternoon, waiting anxiously. But when he saw Chu Yang finally carrying Mo Chingu out, he was suddenly touched at this moment. He was not in a hurry. He had never seen his little sister so happy, such happiness and satisfaction that overflowed from the depths of her heart. Mo Tianji looked on with satisfaction. The anxiety that he had been waiting for an entire afternoon seemed to have disappeared without a trace at this moment. "Brother Mo, I'm taking Mo Chingu away." Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji and said solemnly. Hearing the words, "Brother Mo," Mo Chingu raised her head in panic. She turned around and saw Mo Tianji, her second brother. Her eyes couldn't help but redden, but she bit her lip lightly and lowered her gaze. "Little Wu!" Mo Tianji stepped forward, his voice trembling a little. Mo Chingu bit her lip. After a long while, she said with difficulty, "Second brother, Mo Chingu, do you want to go with me or Brother Chu?" Mo Tianji looked at his sister with some longing. "Second brother will also protect you." "I'll go with Brother Chu Yang," Mo Chingu said without hesitation. Mo Tianji's eyes dimmed. "I'm leaving." Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji. "Brother Mo, if you want to control the Mo clan, don't let go of this opportunity." Tianji agreed and then suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." After he finished speaking, he ran over and looked at Mo Chingu and said, "Little sister, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you, but I didn't have the chance. Can I get your answer now?" "What is it?" Mo Chingu was still biting her rosy lips. The light in her eyes made Mo Tianji feel a heartache. "Why did you suddenly become so estranged from your second brother?" Mo Tianji said with some pain, "Second brother's heart is very uncomfortable." Mo Chingu gritted her teeth. At this moment, it was obvious that she was using a lot of force. He looked at Mo Tianji, his second brother, with a complicated expression in his eyes. Then he asked in a low voice, "I have always wanted to ask you, second brother. Why didn't you dare to look at me on the day of the clan meeting?" Mo Tianji was startled and suddenly raised his head. However, Mo Chingu continued to ask, "At that time, why did you tell him about my saber?" Mo Tianji was startled. He only felt bitterness in his heart. There were 1,000 things he wanted to say, but he could not say them. "This time my family has betrothed me. As long as I return, I will be engaged. However, you are the first to come and pick me up." Mo Chingu said with some anger, "Second brother, don't you know what I will face when I return?" Mo Tianji felt as if he was struck by lightning. He took 3 steps back. He finally knew where he was wrong. He was wrong not to say it. He did all kinds of things but did not make it clear. These 3 things were all for Mo Chingu's good. At that time, he did not dare to look at her because he could not bear to see his younger sister sad. However, he forgot that his younger sister was the most helpless at that moment. She needed someone to look at her and show that they were on her side. That way, she would feel much better. The appearance of the saber was to make a final effort so that his younger sister could get some care after losing her original position in the family. However, he neglected that his younger sister had nothing. At that time, that saber was all her hope and spiritual sustenance. However, he cruelly took it away. Now he came to pick her up so that he could take her away and not let her return to the family to accept that cruel fate. However, he did not say it out loud either. His younger sister thought that he was sending her back to the fire pit. Who could he blame? Could he blame his younger sister for being too sensitive? However, if it was anyone else, how could they not be sensitive in that kind of situation? How could they not be sensitive? Chu Yang sighed and said, "Qinggu, your second brother, truly loves and cares for you. There is absolutely no falsehood in it. He truly wants you to be well. However, your second brother's habit is to do good things but not to say it out loud. This is your second brother's shortcoming. You have to believe in your second brother." Emo Qinggu lowered her head. Her long hair covered her face. She gently nodded. Emo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with a strange feeling. He repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chu. Thank you. Not saying what you did is equivalent to not doing it, especially good things. Chu Yang casually said, Brother Emo, you did very well. However, what you said was not good. This weakness isn't good for being the patriarch of a family. Emo Tianji deeply nodded. He seemed to be deep in thought. He was obviously much stronger than Emo Tianyin. However, there were still many people in the family who supported Emo Tianyin. Ultimately, there was one thing. Emo Tianyin knew how to talk and win people's hearts. However, Emo Tianji had neglected this aspect. Although there were many hardcore supporters by his side, their numbers were far inferior. That was why he was at a disadvantage. Understanding this, Emo Tianji's heart suddenly became clear. Instead of acting, it was better to speak. This kind of understanding was inevitably a little cruel to people. It was unpleasant to hear, but it was the truth. After thinking this through, he was about to thank Chu Yang. However, when he turned around, he realized that Chu Yang had already carried Dian Qinggu a few hundred feet away. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Chu, little Wu, as long as I have time, I will go back to see you. Emo Qinggu raised her head from Chu Yang's embrace. Her gaze leaped over Chu Yang's shoulder. She saw her second brother standing there waving his hand vigorously. His eyes were full of reluctance. She couldn't help but feel moved. She stretched out her small hand from Chu Yang's shoulder and gently waved a few times. Emo Tianji's face was instantly full of smiles. Thank you, little sister. Emo Qingwu's face bloomed into a smile. Then, she hid her head in Chu Yang's embrace again. Emo Tianji relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed and smiled. Then, he gently waved the purple jade flute in his hand and placed it on the flute. A whining sound of the flute suddenly floated in the forest. Emo Qinggu listened to her second brother's flute music. She was in Brother Chu Yang's embrace. Suddenly, she felt as if she was floating in the clouds. Among all the women in the world, there was no one else who could be happier than her. The next day, the sky seemed to brighten exceptionally early. Emo Qinggu woke up early and ran happily into Chu Yang's room. When she saw Chu Yang lying on the bed, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was afraid that she was dreaming yesterday. She immediately covered her small nose with her hand and said, It's so smelly. Brother Chu Yang's feet are so smelly. She rushed to the door and breathed in a few breaths of air. However, she couldn't bear to leave. She could only stay at the door and squat on the threshold. Smelly. Chu Yang was a little depressed. He really did wash his feet last night before going to bed. His feet were like this. Even if he washed them 10 times in one night, there would still be a smell tomorrow morning. He remembered that Emo Qingwu's only dissatisfaction with him in his previous life was the smell of his feet. He couldn't help but smile. He rolled up and shook his body. Instantly, the room was filled with a fragrant smell. Emo Qingwu covered her nose and ran away. Brother Chu Yang, what are you shaking for? It's so smelly, Chu Yang laughed loudly. The great clans were already waiting for the battle. The bet was already over. They were only waiting for the opening of the battle. The huge venue was empty. There was actually a sea of people around. There were no empty seats. The best view was in the middle. It was the territory of the dark bamboo. It occupied a huge area. On both sides were the teams of the great clans. Then, there were even more scattered people who were waiting for this big battle. Dong Wushang and the other clans were in the south. All the clans on Gao Sheng's side were in back. The four great clans in charge of the bet were naturally closest to the two sides. They were observing the outcome of the battle. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. This wasn't just a bet. It also involved one's personal wealth. Once Chu Yang and Duke Yu bet 800 million. The odds for Gao Sheng were immediately pushed down to 1-1. There were even more people who bet on Gao Sheng. In just one day, there was an additional 100 million. If this money was before, Mo Tianyin and the others would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. But now the four of them could only sigh. It was just a drizzle. The sound of drums shook the heavens and the earth. The battle was about to begin. The master of ceremonies was already standing in the middle. He raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, silence!" It would have been better if he didn't say silence. Once he did, countless people started to clamor at once. "Wife snatching! Wife snatching!" Many people shouted at the same time. They were in high spirits. "Wife, wife, wife snatching wife!" More people shouted together, "A wool wife!" Luo Kodi's strange cry resounded through the sky. Mo angrily slapped his head. "What are you shouting for? That's my wife." Luo Kodi smiled mischievously and said, "Who are we? Your wife is my wife." Mo kicked him. Luo Kodi screamed strangely as he rolled in the air like a rubber ball. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly jumped down from the spectator's stand. He landed on the stage. He raised his hand and shouted like a thunderbolt, "Wait! I have something to say." Everyone looked over. They saw that this person had big shoulders and a round waist. He was tall and sturdy. His arms were big enough for a person to stand on. His buttocks were big enough for a horse to run. What an imposing and boorish man! However, this man's chest was bulging and his buttocks were perky. It turned out that he was a woman. This was the biggest bet of this competition. Huyan Aobo and Miss Huyan had appeared. Chapter 461. "Everyone!" Huyan Aobo shouted. She cupped her fists and bowed. This action was extremely heroic. If it was a man doing it, it would definitely be awe-inspiring. But now that she was doing it, cough cough, she was also awe-inspiring. Mo's eyes lit up. He grabbed Chu Yang's arm and said, "Boss, this is my wife. Look, she's extremely charming." Upon hearing the words, extremely amorous, Chu Yang only felt dizzy. The world was spinning, and even his feet were trembling. He sat down on Mo Qingwu's body. Mo Qingwu laughed and hugged him. She looked through the gap in Chu Yang's arm and saw the awe-inspiring Huyan Aobo. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This uncle is really tall and sturdy." Luo Kodi suddenly burst into laughter. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing also couldn't help but laugh. Even Ji Zhu and Dong Wu Lei were swaying back and forth. Mo's face turned bitter. "My little grandaunt, look carefully. Is that uncle? That's sister-in-law, okay. Sister-in-law." Mo Qingwu was obedient and didn't say anything else. She looked at Mo with a questioning gaze, especially when she looked at Mo's eyes. She seemed to have discovered something. She nodded very seriously and whispered in Chu Yang's ear. "Brother Mo's eyes are small, no wonder." Chu Yang's body trembled. On the other side, Gao Sheng's face was as black as charcoal. "Everyone, as you all know, this battle is for me." Huyan Aobo exhaled and said majestically, "I am Huyan Aobo, Gao Sheng's fiancé. We have been engaged since childhood. It's the order of the clan." Everyone gradually quieted down and listened to this woman speak. "But Gao Sheng doesn't like me." In order to avoid this marriage, he even ran away from home and went to the lower three heavens. Huyan Aobo said indifferently, I look different from ordinary women. I, Huyen Aobo, understand that he doesn't like me. After all, everyone wanted their woman to have a beautiful figure and to be lovable and charming. I admit that I'm not good-looking. Huyen Aobo said loudly, because I'm not good-looking, it's understandable that Gao Sheng ran away from the marriage. I won't blame him. She wouldn't hate him. If I were a man, I wouldn't want a wife like her. Don't you all agree? Huyen Aobo roared. However, no one replied. Seeing this woman speak, everyone suddenly felt their hearts sink. That's why I don't have much hope for my marriage. That was until I met the second son of the Ji family, GMO. He didn't abandon me, and I fell in love with him. I immediately returned home and asked my family to cancel my engagement with the Gao family. Huyen Aobo said loudly. I originally thought that this matter would be a matter of course, because Gao Sheng ran away in order to escape the marriage. Would he want to marry me? Annulling the engagement should have been a matter of course. But who would have thought that Gao Sheng would immediately say that GMO had snatched his wife away from him? He couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to fight GMO. This is also the origin of this matter. Huyen Aobo laughed. How laughable is this matter? This matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now the 8 great clans are getting involved. Tens of thousands of heroes are waiting in anticipation. Huyen Aobo laughed mockingly and said, Gao Sheng, you are so generous. Gao Sheng sat with an ashen face. He cursed in a low voice, Bitch! Huyen Aobo laughed heartily. Then she suddenly turned around and looked in Gao Sheng's direction. She said in a loud voice, Gao Sheng, since you said that GMO had snatched away your lover, and didn't hesitate to create such a huge battle, I presume that you like me very much? Then, as long as you agree, I will marry you right now. Are you willing to be your wife? Do you dare to marry me? Gao Sheng's face suddenly turned pale. Looking at Huyen Aobo's tall and sturdy body, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Gao Sheng, are you willing or not? Huyen Aobo laughed loudly. Say something. Gao Sheng finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, You have already hooked up with GMO. How can I still want you to be my wife? As soon as these words came out, the large field was filled with boos. If you don't want to marry her, why are you fighting? Is it fun to fight? Someone said loudly. Haha, this is ridiculous. Fighting for a woman, but not willing to marry her. Young Master Gao is indeed unique. Someone ridiculed. He just wants to get some compensation. In young Master Gao's heart, it's good that such a woman has left. But if he can use such a woman to gain something, then he will gain both fame and fortune. Moreover, he will show the image of a century later in front of the heroes of the world. It's really pitiful. Someone laughed loudly. Huyen Aobo looked coldly at Gao Sheng. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and said, That's all I want to say. All right, everyone, I'm done. Those who should be beaten, fight, and those who should be watched, watch. Although I, Huyen Aobo, am not good-looking, I don't want to be called a fickle woman. I just want to say these few words. That's all. Miss Huyen, you are a good woman who dares to love and hate. A big man suddenly stood up and laughed. If I didn't already have a wife, I would definitely fight young Master GMO to death today. Ha 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 ha. Everyone applauded like thunder. GMO's head was full of black lines. He muttered, This woman really. She attracted so many love rivals with just a few words. What should I do? As he said this, his face was full of worry. Sun Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Luo Ku Di rolled their eyes and looked at the sky. They thought, This guy is crazy. We also admire Huyen Aobo's temper and character. But to marry her as a wife, we should politely decline. Mo Qingya's eyes were shining. She pulled Chu Yang's arm and whispered, This sister's ears are so lovely. GMO on the side immediately said, Yes, her figure is also very good. Think about it. With such a wife, she can shelter you from the wind and rain. How safe would that be? Chu Yang painfully closed his eyes. He had the urge to tear GMO into pieces. Fortunately, the competition had begun. The master of ceremonies announced, loudly, "Competition of the 7 great clans. First round, Dong Wushang against Li Xiong-tu." Sun Wushang suddenly stood up. He stretched out his hand, and the pitch-black cloak on his body fluttered to the ground. His tall and majestic figure was revealed. His black saber stood erect behind his shoulder. He walked down step by step. Halfway down, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder and rumbled in all directions. "Li Xiong-tu, you can give up now and let Tu Qian-hao come up. It's not too late. I'm afraid you won't have time to regret if my saber attacks you." Li Xiong-tu's tall and sturdy body suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He laughed and said, "Dong Wushang, are you afraid?" Sun Wushang's eyes flashed, and he said, "Very good." Both of them were thousands of feet away from each other. They looked at each other. They felt a heroic and majestic aura pressing down on them. Their desire to win was aroused, and they suddenly laughed at the same time. Chapter 462. 2 equally burly figures swept down from the stands at almost the same time, one on the left and one on the right. They flew towards the center of the arena. Although there were only 2 people, they seemed insignificant in such a grand arena. However, the people on the left clearly felt a huge mountain pressing down on them. The people on the right felt as if the earth trembled under this power. Dong Wushang's domineering aura soared to the heavens. Li Xiong-tu's heroic aura was unparalleled. These 2 people had met in the first round. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes wide. The 2 most domineering people among the 12 future influential people were finally facing each other here. Chu Yang had some expectations for this battle. From this battle, he could completely see the direction of development of these 2 people, because these 2 future influential people had now begun to shape their life's achievements. Dong Wushang's falling body suddenly let out a long roar. He stretched his hand back and pulled out the black saber in midair. This action of pulling out the saber immediately made the surrounding people boil with a boom. Because of his burly figure, he gave people a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain even when he was flying. His right hand, which was stretched back, moved very slowly. Everyone could see it clearly, but it was precisely this slow movement that left behind an extremely clear welcome. The procedure of this saber was very clear. Hand raised, finger pointed to the sky, hand over the shoulder, and hand holding the saber. Every action was clearly seen. It made people's vision and feeling seriously conflicted. It was extremely uncomfortable, but also extremely mysterious. Then, a long rainbow-like saber light shot out from his saber. Following the motion of pulling out the saber, a black light was emitted. Dong Wushang's body suddenly changed the direction of his fall. Together with his saber, he turned into a long black rainbow and flew across the sky violently. He rushed towards Li Xiong-tu. He changed direction halfway, but the speed of this jump was much faster than the speed of his fall. The saber light was like a black dragon cutting through the air. It actually made a thunderous sound. The sleeves of his sleeves streaked through the air, and it actually emitted a loud crashing sound. On the opposite side, Li Xiong-tu let out a wild shout at the same time Dong Wushang changed his move. His body rolled, and a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. The sword aura was as thick as a drum, and its whole body was emitting a bright and dazzling light. Like the tail of a meteor in the sky, it also changed direction in the air and madly rushed toward Dong Wushang. The 2 of them had unexpectedly adopted the same strategy. The first strike was to be as powerful as a thunderbolt, giving the other party a heavy blow. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in a soft voice, "Wu Shang has won this round." Gu Duxing and GMO turned to look at him. In the arena, the two of them approached each other like lightning. They were already in the sky above the arena. Dong Wushang's eyes shone with an intense desire to fight. He shouted, "Slash!" His voice was like a thunderclap, and his saber was like a thunderbolt. With a ferocious aura that could cut through a mountain range, his saber chopped down. Li Xiongtu didn't utter a single word as he rushed over. The sword light was blazing. Boom! The two men's majestic bodies collided with each other in midair. The saber and the saber intersected. Their four legs were also rapidly moving like butterflies. In an instant, they had exchanged 13 saber moves, 13 sword moves, and 13 legs. With a loud bang, a wave of air rolled out and spread in all directions. Dong Wushang let out a long shout, and his black hair suddenly fluttered in the air. He somersaulted twice in midair and was shaken to retreat. On the opposite side, Li Xiongtu let out a muffled groan. His beard fluttered, and he made the same move as Dong Wushang. He somersaulted in midair and retreated 30 feet. The two of them were about to land on the ground at the same time. Dong Wushang pointed his black saber downwards, and the tip of the saber touched the ground. Dong Wushang's body, which was about to land on the ground, bounced up like a bullet. The saber light turned into a rainbow and shot straight toward Li Xiongtu's day. The curly beard on Li Xiongtu's face exploded. The tip of the beard touched the ground and bounced up. His entire body bounced up into midair and suddenly fell down. The sword light actually turned into a dazzling snow-white disc and went to meet Dong Wushang's attack. Dong Wushang's eyes flashed. His left hand was suddenly behind his back, and his right arm held the saber. The tip of the saber was slightly raised, and his body in midair changed into an even more forward-leaning posture. Following the violent momentum, the saber ruthlessly chopped on the sword-light disc. The violence of this saber made the onlookers feel like closing their eyes and couldn't bear to watch. A loud clang. The disc-like sword light suddenly became somewhat scattered. Dong Wushang's second saber fell down. Another loud sound rang out. Dong Wushang's right arm danced like a whirlwind. The heavy black saber was like a thunderbolt, violently falling down, lifting up, and falling down again. Barbaric! Yes, Dong Wushang's fighting style was extremely barbaric, completely unreasonable. Under such barbaric attacks, no matter what kind of fancy moves, no matter what kind of moves, it was useless. What borrowing strength to fight strength, or what kind of tricks were all just nonsense. Unless you could block his attacks and hold on until the moment the two of them separated. Otherwise, you would only be reduced to dregs by his extremely barbaric attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron being hammered rang out continuously. Li Xiongtu was suffering unspeakably. He had always been known for his great strength, and his hands were also made of specially made star iron. It weighed more than 50 kilograms, and if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to use it. But when facing Dong Wushang, he felt that the strength that he was so proud of actually paled in comparison to the other party. The other party's barbaric, violent, and completely unreasonable fighting style made Li Xiongyin, who had the same style, feel aggrieved. In the past, those who fought with Li Xiongtu would all feel this, but now it was finally his turn to bear it. Dong Wushang's face was cold and expressionless, and his attacks were like a storm. The bodies of the two people kept falling, and in the process of falling, they kept colliding. Dong Wushang actually didn't have any fancy moves, and without the slightest bit of skill, he chopped out 10 times in a row. The two people had already landed on the ground, and with a loud bang, the saber and sword clashed. Dust and dirt flew up with a bang. Tens of thousands of people around felt their eardrums explode at the same time. Dong Wushang stood still, his long saber pointed forward. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he was as expressionless as steel like an eagle. Li Xiong-tu's body flew out like a cannonball with his long sword in hand. His feet landed on the ground, and he flew for 70 to 80 feet before he landed on the ground with a puff sound. Then he suddenly bounced up and spun in the air before he stood firmly on the ground. His face turned dark red for a moment before it turned pale. He raised his head and looked at Dong Wushang, his eyes already full of seriousness. He had actually already suffered internal injuries in this violent exchange of attacks. He didn't expect that this Dong Wushang, who was 4 or 5 years younger than him, actually had the strength to defeat him and even kill him. This violent attack made everyone watching the fight hold their breath, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Too violent, too satisfying. This fighting style was too hooligan. Chu Yang watched the two people fight with rapt attention and completely relaxed. Dong Wushang was definitely going to win this round. His strength and strength were not much different from Li Xiong-tu's, and their spiritual power was also evenly matched. But Dong Wushang's advantage was that he could fight. He dared to fight. Moreover, Dong Wushang's aura was fierce and indomitable, although Li Xiong-tu's aura was domineering. He didn't have Dong Wushang's reckless spirit. The most important thing was Dong Wushang's saber was more than 5 times the length of his opponent's sword. To tell the truth, Li Xiong-tu's sword was still intact, and this was already very surprising to Chu Yang. The two people in the field looked at each other, and each roared loudly. Then they rushed up and fought again. Du Xing, if you weren't injured, how would you deal with him? Chu Yang asked Gu Duxing. As soon as he relaxed, Chu Yang immediately used this opportunity to teach Gu Duxing and the others a lesson. This was a rare learning opportunity. Gu Duxing, GMO, and Luo Kedi all turned their ears at the same time. Gu Duxing smiled. My style is different from Li Xiong-tu's. If I were to fight Wushang, I would launch intensive attacks from the beginning, and would never compete with him in strength. I would use the speed of my body movement to restrain his unparalleled strength. I would drag it out until his aura was exhausted, and that would be when he would be defeated. Chu Yang nodded and said, This method of yours can be used to deal with others. For example, against Li Xiong-tu, it would be easy. But against Wushang, you would need to expend several times more energy. Why? Gu Duxing didn't understand. Dong Wushang's saber is heavy. Heavy is an advantage. And it's not just a little heavy, it's too heavy. It's not easy to grasp its weight, but once it's grasped, it will form a kind of inertia. This kind of inertia only needs to be slightly manipulated to be able to unleash the full power of the saber itself. This is the advantage of heavy weapons. Chu Yang smiled. So, you see that Wushang is using all his strength in every move, but in fact he isn't using much energy. And if you continue fighting like this, he will become braver and braver, and faster. So, if you have the idea of wasting his energy, the final result will be that both of you are powerless, or both of you will be injured. Your injuries will be lighter, and his injuries will be heavier. This is the difference. If it's a life and death battle, you will be heavily injured and he will die. Chu Yang said, and among the experts of the same level, perhaps only you, Gu Duxing, can achieve such an outcome. Gu Duxing was deep in thought. The best way to deal with Dong Wushang's fighting style is, don't let him go crazy and get excited. Suppress him right from the start. Then you will be able to end the battle very quickly, Chu Yang said. How can you suppress him right from the start? Gu Duxing frowned and thought hard. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Dong Wushang's strength lies in his saber. So, if you make use of your body movement to deal with his wrist before his attack reaches its peak, you will be able to deal with his wrist first. The wrist holding the saber is his Achilles heel. Yes. Chu Yang nodded. But just like now, even if Li Xiong-tu thinks of this, it's already useless. because Dong Wushang's aura has already reached its peak, and Li Xiongtu's aura has already been reduced by half. Chapter 463. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were completely different. If Gu Duxing was a natural swordsman, then Dong Wushang was undoubtedly a natural warrior, a dashing warrior. Chu Yang nodded and looked at the opposite side. He saw that some people were whispering to each other. They seemed somewhat anxious. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Dong Wushang would be so powerful. Dong Wushang's reputation had risen during this time, but he was still a few years younger than Li Xiongtu's. Who would have thought that Dong Wushang would be able to firmly suppress Li Xiongtu, especially the gamblers? Each of them opened their eyes wide. They were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. However, a few people had gathered together and were whispering to each other. They were the leaders of the Gao clan, Li clan, and Tu clan. They were looking at the scene with dignified expressions. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He thought, so that's how it is. They want to take advantage of this competition. They want to form an alliance regardless of whether they win or lose. Presumably, this is the real intention of the Gao clan, to provoke this decisive battle. It doesn't matter whether Dong Wushang wins or loses. The Dong clan and the Li clan are facing each other. These two clans are both colossi, so the conflict between them will become more and more intense. Having a powerful ally in this situation is like sending charcoal in the snow. June Shizhu gently sighed on the other side. She said Li Xiongtu lost. Duke Yu stood beside her with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the scene without blinking. He slowly nodded and said, but both of them have great potential. June Shizhu thought for a moment and said, Dong Wushang should be stronger. Duke Yu said, Li Xiongtu made a strategic mistake. Li Xiongtu may not necessarily lose if he were to face Dong Wushang again. But Dong Wushang is 5 years younger than Li Xiongtu's. June Shizhu said, you only look at the fighting strength. You don't think about this. But this is a very important factor. Moreover, you must pay attention to one thing. Dong Wushang started to improve rapidly after he met Chu Yang. In other words, he was far inferior to Li Xiongtu's. He only used a little more than a year to defeat him. This is the key point. June Shizhu sighed and said, I'm suddenly very interested in this king of Helchu. Duke Yu nodded lightly and said, he is indeed a strange person. Moreover, its potential has reached a frightening level. June Shizhu's eyes lit up as she said, frightening? She pondered for a moment and then said, do you want to go and take a look? Duke Wei replied, all right. Then his figure suddenly distorted and disappeared from June Shizhu's side. June Shizhu's eyes flashed. She then faintly whispered, Little Wei's otherworldly phantom technique has strengthened a lot. Could it be that he received some kind of stimulation and progressed? June Lu faintly smiled. Her eyes flashed with a proud brilliance. When Duke Yu came to Chu Yang's side, he saw Mo Qing Wu sitting in Chu Yang's arms. She was happily peeling an orange and stuffed a piece of the fruit into Chu Yang's mouth. Then she stuffed the other piece into her own mouth. She puffed up her cheeks and asked in a delicate and sweet voice, Is it sweet? Chu Yang moaned in satisfaction and said, It's too sweet. After Xiao Wu's hands, it's indeed sweeter. Mo Qing Wu smiled with satisfaction. Then eat another petal. It's so sweet that you'll die. Then she tore another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Chu Yang chewed the orange and listened to this sweet sound. Suddenly he felt absent-minded, and a name emerged in the bottom of his heart. Little tongue, he couldn't help but sigh softly. The space beside him distorted, and Duke Yu appeared beside him. He said, So cool. Chu Yang snorted and said, Are your injuries healed? Duke Yu snorted. He sat on the seat beside Chu Yang that Mo Qingwu had vacated and said, "Your injuries also healed very quickly." "Same here." Chu Yang blinked. A chaotic sound of metal clashing resounded in the field. Dong Wushang's loud shouts were getting more and more majestic. Li Xiong too roared wildly and did his best to counterattack. It was only a fight between two people. However, these two people had fought with a fierce and desperate aura of a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Dong Wushang roared loudly. The saber light and the sword shadow fiercely clashed together. Chu Yang closed his eyes and sighed. Li Xiong too lost. Duke Yu nodded. In the field, the saber light and the sword shadow faded away. Dong Wushang stood upright in the field, and blood flowed from his shoulder like a waterfall. Li Xiong, too, staggered backward. There was a line of blood on his forehead, and a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He retreated more than 100 feet, and was about to fall down. He hurriedly used his long sword to support himself on the ground. With a snap, the long sword broke. This sword had already clashed with Dong Wushang's black saber hundreds of times. It couldn't bear the heavy burden, and was full of scars. The moment he supported himself on the ground, it broke immediately. Li Xiong too staggered and sat on the ground. He roared and gasped for breath. Suddenly he laughed bitterly and roared towards the sky. "Satisfying!" He continued, "I've lost." Dong Wushang was expressionless. He held his saber and bowed. Then he turned around and left. Li Xiong too shouted, "Dong Wushang, I'll look for you again. I don't need you to show mercy." Dong Wushang didn't even turn his head. He said, "Next time I'll kill you." Li Xiong too laughed heroically and said loudly, "Motherfucker, it's fine if I've lost, but I've actually been sold a favor for not killing me. I've really suffered a great loss today." He turned his head and looked at the MC fiercely. "Why aren't you announcing the result? Motherfucker, is it satisfying to sit here in a sorry state?" The MC was shocked. He hurriedly said loudly, "The first round of the competition between the 7 great clans, Dong Wushang versus Li Xiong Tuesday, Dong Wushang wins." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly helped Li Xiong Tu up and helped him down. Li Xiong Tu didn't have any strength in his body, but he laughed as he walked. He shouted repeatedly, "Satisfying! It's satisfying to fight like this." Duke Yu said, "How was it?" Chu Yang naturally understood what he meant. He said, "Very good." Dong Wushang's victory was already expected. But Li Xiong too didn't lose his fighting spirit, even though he lost. It's very rare. Duke Yu smiled. "You really understood what I meant. An ordinary person would have thought that Li Xiong too would have lost if he fought Dong Wushang again after this defeat. But they would have overlooked the firmness of Li Xiong too's heart of martial arts. This defeat, especially in the hands of Dong Wushang, who has a similar style of fighting style, is a good thing for him." Chu Yang nodded. "How can one of the 12 influential figures of the future of the 3 heavens lose his fighting spirit so easily?" Ao Xia Yin, Xia Dan Qiong, and O Du Shao looked solemn in another direction. Ao Xia Yin softly sighed and said, "How is it?" Xia Dan Qiong bitterly smiled in shame. "I'm afraid that I would have had no choice but to throw out the viburnum flower if I had fought against Dong Wushang. The consequence would have been that I would have died, and he would have been seriously injured. It would have been equivalent to my defeat." Oh, Du Shao nodded in agreement and said, "I could have killed him, but I would have had to use poison. But it's also possible that I wouldn't have had enough time to use the poison, and would have been cut down by his saber. I don't have any assurance that I would have been able to use the poison technique in the face of such an attack." Ao Xia Yun nodded. "Dong Wushang has truly stepped into the top ranks after this fight." He pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid that I would have had to pay a great price if I had fought against Dong Wushang. I didn't expect that Dong Wushang would have become so dreadful." Dong Wushang returned with large strides, and was greeted with a bear hug from Luo Kadi. The second fight, Gao Liang of the Gao clan will fight against Luo Kuwu of the Luo clan. The voice of the master of ceremonies came from afar. Luo Kuwu laughed out loud. He looked at Luo Kadi apologetically. Then he stood up and walked down step by step. Gao Liang is the external younger brother of the Gao clan. He used to be a servant of the Gao clan, but the clan saw that Gao Liang's aptitude was extraordinary. So, the clan bestowed him with the surname Gao and trained him vigorously. He should be a first-grade sword king at present. He's 32 years old. Luo Kodi's complexion was solemn as he said, "I'm afraid that my elder brother may lose this fight." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people walking towards the stage. He sighed and said, "It's not that he may lose, but he's bound to lose. Luo Kodi, your elder brother, doesn't have a fighting spirit. If he really wanted to fight, it was still possible for him to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. But the problem is he doesn't want to fight this fight." Luo Kodi sighed and drooped his head. He knew his elder brother's thoughts. He wasn't a legitimate son and couldn't threaten his elder brother's position. So, he had always had a good relationship with his elder brother. But the problem was that he didn't get the clan's acknowledgement for this matter. It was already very good that his elder brother had come. Moreover, there was another reason. Luo Kuwu had once received Gao Liang's favor. The other party had deliberately arranged the two of them for this fight. They must have seen this point. Even if Luo Kuwu could win, it would only be a draw. What's more, he couldn't win. Chu Yang had already thought of this point. He said, "It's okay. We only need 4 wins out of 7. That's enough." Sure enough, Luo Kuwu lost by a single move as expected. The next fight was between Ji Zhu and Gao Meng. Gao Meng was the second duke of the Gao clan. He wasn't a legitimate son either, but he was a martial arts genius. Ji Zhu entered the stage, and the two of them fought fiercely. In the end, both of them didn't have any strength left, and could only shake hands and make peace. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. What a pity. Duke Yu shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, Jun Shizhu, who was watching the fight on the other side, also said, "What a pity." Duke Yu saw that Chu Yang had turned his head to look at him. So he said Ji Zhu could have won. But the great dream divine technique he's practicing has reached a bottleneck, and it's time for him to make a breakthrough. He'll have to wait for the next opportunity if he gets injured. Ji Zhu can't afford to wait, so he can only end the fight peacefully. Great dream divine technique? Chu Yang smiled. No wonder he's so lazy. It turns out that he's practicing this kind of lazy technique. Duke Yu smiled and said, "In fact, you can help him make a breakthrough as soon as possible." Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "I don't have that ability." Duke Yu smiled meaningfully. The fourth fight, Tu Wancheng against Dong Wu Lei. Dong Wushang's complexion changed. He said, "I admit defeat in this fight." Tu Wancheng was a king-level expert of the previous generation of the Tu clan. He had always been vicious and merciless. Even Dong Wushang wouldn't necessarily be able to win against Tu Wancheng, let alone Dong Wu Lei. It was obvious that Tu Qian was bullying people in this fight. Chu Yang's side had 1 win, 2 losses, and 1 draw after Dong Wu Lei had admitted defeat. Chu Yang was at a disadvantage. Everyone who had bet on Gao Sheng to win was grinning from ear to ear. The 5th fight, Tu Clan's representative is Tu Qian Hao against Gu Clan's Gu Duxing. The atmosphere of the entire arena exploded along with these words. Many people had bet on Gu Duxing's injury. It could be said that this fight was the key. There was basically no need to compete if Gu Duxing lost. But Gu Duxing's injury wasn't a secret. How could he defeat Tu Qian Hao, who was at the same level as him while he was seriously injured? Chapter 464. Gu Duxing stood up with a swoosh sound. His stature was as straight as a sword. He walked down with an indomitable sharpness. Suddenly, a sword intent surged in the air. However, people with high cultivations could faintly see that Gu Duxing's complexion was somewhat pale. It seemed that he was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that Gu Duxing won't have much luck in this match. A sharp light flashed in Tu Qianhao's eyes. He then burst into loud laughter. "Brother Gu, you and I are facing each other again today." Gu Duxing faintly smiled and said, "Yes, Brother Tu has been preparing for this match for a long time. I can't bear to disappoint you, Brother Tuesday." A trace of embarrassment flashed in Tu Qianhao's eyes. He then smiled and said, "Brother Gu is indeed free and easy. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back in this match. Please forgive me if I injure Brother Gu." Dong Wushang exposed an angry look in his eyes. He then said from behind Gu Duxing, "Second brother, kill him. Kill this son of a bitch." Gu Duxing slightly nodded. He then raised his voice and said, "I'll be embarrassed if I injure Brother Tuesday." Suddenly his figure flashed and he flew down. It seemed as if a sword had been thrown out of his hand. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. His gaze was sharp. Each and every move of his was filled with a sharp sword intent. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Tu Qianhao also flew down. The two of them were old rivals. They had fought many times in the past year. Gu Duxing had been no match for Tu Qianhao in the beginning. However, he was now on par with Tu Qianhao. Moreover, Gu Duxing's reputation had soared all the way. In fact, he was now faintly on par with the number 1 Gong Ao Xiaoyan. All of this had raised an intense murderous intention in Tu Qianhao's heart. Tu Qianhao wanted to take advantage of Gu Duxing's injury to cripple him in one fell swoop. And the purpose of his participation in this match was Gu Duxing. Tu Qianhao looked at Gu Duxing on the opposite side with rapt attention. His opponent's face was pale. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Mo Tianyun's information was correct. This guy's injury isn't light. The eyes of Dukyu and Jun Shizhu on the other side flashed with a playful look. Dukyu smiled and said, "King of Hell Chu, do you want to kill Tu Qianhao?" Chu Yang smiled faintly. A murderous look flashed across his eyes as he said, "If he wants to take advantage of me, then he must be prepared to go for wool and come home shorn." Duke, you laughed mischievously. "Kill him?" Chu Yang spread out his hands indifferently. "This depends on Duxing's intentions. Killing sometimes required skills and methods. For example, how to clear your name after killing someone." At this time, the two people on the field had already drawn their swords. Most of the gamblers who had bet on Gaosheng were beaming with joy. He seemed to see the banknotes flying into his pocket. On the high platform, Ao Xin sighed and said, "It would be too unfair if Gu Duxing were to lose because of his injuries. What a pity for this lone traveler." Therefore, he could naturally see what Tu Qianhao wanted to do with a single glance. Then he frowned and asked, "Have you arranged for the people who are ready?" Xie Dan Cheong smiled confidently, "Of course." "Well, we must act immediately no matter who wins or loses. We must gather those poor bastards who have lost their family's fortune. Then, our 3 clans will divide the spoils equally. Don't let Mo Tianyun take advantage of us," Ao Xin said. "Well, I'm afraid that Gao clan also has this idea. We can only snatch a part of it at most." Oh, Du Shao was somewhat annoyed. "I'm afraid that our 3 clans would have been destroyed tomorrow if we had snatched all of it." Ao Xin faintly smiled. "We must maintain a balance at all times." The two people gently nodded and said with a smile, "Gaosheng has pulled together a small alliance in this gambling match." But they didn't expect that they would also form an alliance with their opponents. Moreover, Our three clans will advance and retreat together because of this matter. Our interests are intertwined. Swift and fierce sword energy crazily burst forth. The two people on the field had already started to fight. Two groups of sword light flashed at the same time as they started to fight. Then they spread out. Unexpectedly, no one could see their figures. Gu Duxing's sword light also gave people a feeling of loneliness and arrogance. On the other hand, Tu Qianhao's sword light had a swift and fierce murderous aura. No one knew that the two people on the field were talking in a low voice while they were fighting. Gu Duxing, you're dead today. Tu Qianhao crazily brandished his sword. His face exposed a pleased smile. Blame yourself for being in the limelight. Gu Duxing coldly snorted. It's not certain who will die. A loud clang sound was heard as Tu Qianhao fiercely blocked with his sword. Gu Duxing's body staggered, and he retreated a few steps. His face flushed red. A long sword was a light and agile weapon. So, it would never appear in a fight between experts unless it was a special sword like Li Xiongtu's. However, Tu Qianhao was very proud of himself at the moment. So, he wanted to use such a method to humiliate the seriously injured Gu Duxing. Everyone sighed as they saw Gu Duxing's situation. It seems that this genius of the Gu clan, the leading figure of the younger generation, is going to fall in such a sullen manner in this competition. Tu Qianhao was in high spirits. He was going all out with every move he made. He would roar every time he brandished his sword. He seemed quite heroic. He had a bit of Dong Wushang style. However, Dong Wushang gave people the impression that he was mighty and overbearing. So, Tu Qianhao gave people the impression that he was a petty person intoxicated by success. Gu Duxing retreated step by step. His body would violently sway every time he received a sword attack. He would then retreat a few steps. His pale face had turned red, and his forehead seemed to be dripping with sweat. Tu Qianhao became even more high-spirited. No one could see it except for a few observant people. Gu Duxing's every parry seemed to be very difficult. He was at a complete disadvantage. However, his body would sway back, and he would consume Tu Qianhao's attacks. However, Tu Qianhao was able to withstand Gu Duxing's rebounding force. That was because he hadn't retreated a single step. His imposing aura was like a rainbow. Tu Qianhao's consumption of spiritual power was far greater than Gu Duxing's under such circumstances. Tu Qianhao wouldn't have been so foolish in normal circumstances. However, he didn't care about this consumption at this moment. That was because defeating Gu Duxing in this manner in front of all the heroes of the world was the most supreme glory. His reputation would surpass Ao Xian's in one fell swoop as long as Gu Duxing was defeated today, and he would become the number one person of the younger generation. The reason was very simple. Gu Duxing and Ao Xian, these two were equally famous. The sound of impact continued to resound. Gu Duxing had already retreated around the big platform in a crooked manner. Tu Qianhao was also somewhat out of breath. However, Gu Duxing was still swaying on the opposite side. But he didn't fall down. Tu Qianhao was furious in his heart. This bastard is still stubbornly holding on for what? The anger in his heart rose, and he exerted even more strength. He sent out 18 sword attacks in a row. Then Tu Qianhao suddenly realized that Gu Duxing had raised his face and was faintly smiling at him. His smile was full of ridicule. He was looking at Tu Qianhao as if he was looking at an idiot. Tu Qianhao's heart moved. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong. You're really stupid. How did a person like you become the Grand Duke of the Tu clan? Gu Duxing whispered. The Mo clan and my Gu clan have always been allies. You stepped into such a trap. It's really making me feel embarrassed. Tu Qianhao was startled. His mind suddenly went blank. Trap? Mo Tian Yun framed me. But his 10th sword attack had already fiercely chopped down. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout under the watchful eyes of everyone. His body suddenly straightened up. It seemed as if a peerless sharp sword had suddenly been unsheathed. It emitted a startling radiance. The black dragon sword in his hand rushed out like a furious dragon and fiercely collided with Tu Qianhao's sword. Bang! Gu Duxing's posture was straight and straight. His face was cold and stern. Tu Qianhao screamed. He staggered back with his sword. A footprint appeared on the ground as he took one step back. Then he took 3 steps back. Suddenly, he felt something sweet in his throat. He looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Gu Duxing counterattacked with his sword, and Tu Qianhao was immediately seriously injured. The sound of a tsunami from the spectators' stands disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They almost couldn't believe their own eyes. How is this possible? Gu Duxing let out a clear shout. He moved forward with his sword and chopped down. He then said in a low voice, "I'm not injured. Do you understand now?" Tu Qianhao's eyes opened wide in anger. He looked at Gu Duxing. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this moment, his heart was filled with boundless hatred for one person. Mo Tianyin. This bastard gave me false information. So, Mo Tianyin and Gu Duxing are in cahoots. Tu Qianhao was so angry that he collapsed when he realized this. Bastard Mo Tianyin. Damned Mo Tianyin. Mo Tianyin is so wicked that he doesn't even have an asshole. I will kill you. You made me suffer so much. You made me suffer so much. Tu Qianhao was extremely indignant. He wanted to curse, but a mouthful of blood gushed out. He opened his mouth to spit it out. Gu Duxing's sword had already come over. Tu Qianhao could only block it head-on. Bang! Tu Qianhao's body staggered back, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Gu Duxing took a big step forward and swung his sword again. Gu Duxing was dealing with Tu Qianhao in the same way he had dealt with Tu Qianhao a moment ago. The situation had completely reversed. The eyeballs of the spectators' stands fell to the ground. Fuck. This situation is unimaginable. Gu Duxing was bound to lose, but he had turned defeat into victory. And Tu Qianhao, who was bound to win, was battered and exhausted. Mo Tianyin asked me to cripple you. Gu Duxing swung his sword again. I also didn't want to. But our Gu clan and the Mo clan had been friends for decades. So, I had no choice but to agree. Tu Qianhao, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Tu Qianhao looked at him with grief and indignation. He felt as if his heart was about to explode. He finally spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then he bellowed, I will kill you all. His heart was filled with boundless hatred, and it had almost materialized at this moment. Tu Qianhao would have eaten Mo Tianyin alive if he had been in front of him at this moment. His agility and swordsmanship had become disorganized under extreme anger, and he had exposed his weakness. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout. The black dragon sword trembled for a while. Then he swung his sword 3 times in a row. Tu Qianhao's chest, right shoulder, and face were slashed. Then a sword light blossomed in front of his chest. Gu Duxing laughed heartily. Then he raised his foot and ferociously stamped on Tu Qianhao's chest. He kicked this Grand Duke of the Tu clan and one of the future 12 influential figures and sent him flying. Chapter 465. Tu Qianhao was sent flying hundreds of feet away. He felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. He spouted a mouthful of blood and fell into a semi-conscious state. He only heard Gu Du-shing whisper urgently, "Mo Tianyin asked me to carve the words number 1 fool in the world on your chest if your plan failed. I'm sorry, but I've already done it. Although you won't be able to hear me anymore." However, Tu Qianhao had heard it. He had fainted from anger because he had heard it. The entire place was silent. No one had expected such an outcome. The insufferably arrogant Tu Qian had been sent flying by a kick, like a broken sack. Gu Duxing leisurely returned in triumph. The people of Tu clan came forward and carried Tu Qianhao away. They looked at Gu Duxing with a complicated expression in their eyes. Gu Duxing has obviously shown mercy. Tu Qianhao didn't die. His injuries were serious, but they weren't life-threatening. Moreover, they weren't crippled. We owe Gu Duxing a big favor. Du Shao and Xie Danqiong opened their eyes wide. They stretched their necks forward and blankly looked at the field. There are only 2 words in their hearts. It's over. We've lost miserably this time. Ao Xieyan's eyes were also somewhat blank. His eyeballs were showing signs of turning blue. He suddenly patted his thigh, and his complexion turned somewhat sinister. Motherfucker! We've been schemed against. This evil duke had always been graceful and elegant, but he had unexpectedly spouted vulgarities today for the first time. He finally understood why Chu Yang had suddenly thrown down such a big bet. Why did the Dark Bamboo Gang let go of the hidden bid after they had rearranged it? Instead, they had thrown 500 million into the open bid. There's a reasonable reason for all of this now. However, this reason left people speechless and aggrieved. Gu Duxing wasn't injured. In fact, his injuries weren't as serious as Mo Tianyin had said. He had already recovered, and Tu Qianhao had suffered a big loss because of this. Otherwise, Tu Qianhao would have been able to fight with Gu Duxing with his strength. But he had lost in a muddle. Moreover, he had lost so miserably that he didn't have the strength to turn the situation around. The 3 great dukes looked at each other in dismay. They looked at each other's mournful expressions and felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Motherfucker, which one of us isn't a genius? Who is less scheming? How could he be fooled like this? Stop sighing. That's not a good expression. Ao Xian recovered very quickly. He smiled lightly and said, "Actually, we should be rejoicing. Luckily, young Master Amo took that 1 billion for himself. Otherwise, if we were to pay another billion, our 3 families would really be bankrupt. I'm afraid that the 3 of us would also have to sell ourselves back as slaves to repay our debts." Du Shao and Xie Danqiong finally reacted. They smiled in a manner that was uglier than crying. Ao Xian pursed his lips and said, Look at Grand Duke Mo's expression. How exciting this moment is." Hearing this, the 2 of them looked over. As expected, they couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. He saw that Mo Tianyin was lying on his seat with his limbs spread wide open. It seemed as if he was paralyzed. His face was deathly pale, and his lips were trembling. His eyes were filled with shock and indescribable fear. He had already turned into a deathly gray color. Mo Tianyin had personally planned this gamble. He had exhausted all his efforts, racked his brains, and used up all his assets to create such a situation. Xie Danqiong and Du Shao felt as if they had taken a cold bath on a hot summer day when they imagined Mo Tianyin's current mood. Their entire bodies felt extremely refreshed. Normally, they wouldn't be so happy if they were about to lose several billion. However, they were very proud. This kind of mood was very strange. It was as if they hadn't lost. Instead, they were happy as if they had won. Motherfucker, I lost. I lost. But you, Mo Tianyin, are much more miserable than us. It turns out that I'm not the most miserable one. They felt a lot more comfortable as they thought of this. The 5th match, Gu Duxing versus Tu Qianhao. Gu Duxing wins. The voice of the master of ceremonies reverberated. He was so shocked that his tone changed. It couldn't be helped. It was too unexpected. The entire spectator stands on all sides boiled up with this loud shout. It seemed as if oil had been poured on the fire. Fuck! How is this possible? Didn't they say that Gu Duxing was injured? Who said that Gu Duxing won't live long? Motherfucker! How could they not have bet on Jimo's victory if they hadn't said so? I'm so angry. What's going on? He won? Who the fuck released this fake news? I'm going to kill him and bring him home. Didn't they say that he was injured by Mo Tianyin? Motherfucker, Mo Tianyin. He cheated me. I bet 200,000, motherfucker, to Qianhao. He's so awesome every day. Who would have thought that he couldn't beat Gu Duxing? Fuck, this bastard has been eating for several years, more than Gu Duxing, motherfucker. His diarrhea is several times heavier than Gu Duxing's. He's a fucking piece of trash. He's making me lose money. Mo Tianyin released this fake news? Mo Tianyin released this fake news? Mo Tianyin released this fake news. Mo Tianyin deceived us. Suddenly, someone started to wail. Hundreds of people responded to his call. Countless people started to shed tears. One person suddenly stood up and loudly shouted, "Motherfucker, Mo Tianyin!" These words immediately resonated in everyone's hearts. They were the best embodiment of their inner thoughts. Immediately, thousands of people started to shout in unison, like a tsunami, "Motherfucker, Mo Tianyin! Motherfucker, Mo Tianyin! Motherfucker, Mo Tianyin!" The cultivations of these people weren't ordinary. So, they simultaneously used their full strength to shout, and their momentum shook the heavens. Mo Tianyin's prestige had reached the peak of his life at this moment. Chu Yang looked at Gu Duxing, who had come forward. He blinked his eyes in tacit understanding. "You didn't kill him?" "I didn't kill him." Gu Duxing's grave and stern face exposed a sneer. "Let him play with Mo Tianyin first. It won't be too late to kill him later." He winked at Chu Yang as he said this. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. He suddenly recalled Gu Duxing's invisible sword energy. He suddenly realized that Gu Duxing wouldn't let Tu Qianhao off so kindly. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. This was equivalent to not having fought a single match. There were still 2 matches left. However, the mood of the spectator stands had exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. It couldn't be contained any longer. Mo Tianyin's stand was flooded with banana peels, fruit cores, and other things in the blink of an eye. There were also many people who took off their shoes and threw them over. There were also some strange things. Mo Tianyin's stand had opened a grocery store in an instant. There were only things that one couldn't think of. The strangest thing was that there were also a few underwear that had been thrown over. They still carried body temperature and the smell of cosmetics. It was hard to tell where they had come from. The master of ceremonies was somewhat at a loss as to what to do on the stage. It was useless for him to shout now. The match couldn't be carried out. The excited crowd couldn't hear him no matter what he said. Duke Yu, who was beside Chu Yang, wrinkled his brows. Then he suddenly let out a long and loud shout. Wind and thunder surged and suppressed the shouts of thousands of people in one fell swoop. Duke Yu scolded loudly. "What are you shouting for? Do you all want to die? Which one of you will come out and let me see?" "It's Duke Yu," the crowd cried out in a low voice. Everyone's face was still full of indignation, but they didn't dare to jump out and cause trouble. "Duke Yu, fuck, this guy will kill someone if he says one more word. Moreover, Jun Shizhu is also here. Fuck, how could everyone forget about this?" Duke Yu looked around and said, "People of Dark Bamboo, listen to my orders. Maintain order on the stage. Kill whoever dares to make a ruckus." His voice carried a heavy, murderous aura. Everyone could hear it clearly. "Yes, Master Yu, All the people of Dark Bamboo shouted together. Everyone was silent out of fear. Chu Yang exclaimed in his heart. The people of Dark Bamboo would maintain order. It was much more effective than Ao Seiyun and the other righteous people. The master of ceremonies heaved a sigh of relief. Then he hastily shouted, "Match number 1. Luo Kudi of Luo clan versus Li Hongtu of Li clan." Luo Kudi let out a loud howl, and Xing Shui struggled to stand up. He looked up to the sky and howled, "Awoo! It's finally my turn." At this moment, Gao Sheng suddenly laughed out loud. He stood up and said loudly, "GMO. It's 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw now. Let's skip Luo Kudi's match. You and I will decide the winner directly. How about it?" He smiled and said, "GMO, you know that a fight between you and me is inevitable. So why don't we settle it here? Show your courage in front of all the heroes of the world and fight with me." Everyone cursed Gao Sheng for being shameless when these words came out. It was obvious that Li Hongtu was no match for this newly promoted king, level Master Wolfsword. So, Gao Sheng was clearly avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial by mentioning this point. "Gao Sheng, do you want to save your face?" Huyen Ao Bo stood up in another direction. Her face was full of anger. "Snatch someone's love? How can you say that?" Luo Kadi was also furious. "Gao Sheng, what do you mean?" Gao Sheng didn't answer. He only looked at GMO. GMO laughed out loud. He stood up and said loudly, "Gao Sheng, I was just about to teach you a lesson. You're a flashy bastard who occupies the latrine, but doesn't take a shit." Huyen Ao Bo's face turned black. She fiercely looked at GMO. Then she sat down angrily. "Occupying the latrine, but doesn't take a shit? What do you mean? GMO, you're dead." Huyen Xiao Hui thought angrily in her heart. He doesn't know how to talk. This bastard's mouth must be taught a lesson. Chu Yang looked at Gao Sheng and said in a low and hurried voice, "GMO, don't forget what I said." GMO nodded. He pursed his lips and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I will win." This match isn't optimistic. Dukyu looked at GMO and then looked at Gao Sheng. He frowned. With his insight, he could naturally see that although GMO had rushed up quickly, his foundation was not enough. Gao Sheng, on the other hand, was fighting steadily and surely. Both of them were 2nd grade king, level masters. But Gao Sheng was at the peak of 2nd grade king level, and GMO was at 2nd grade king level master. There was a big difference between them. "I think GMO will win," Chu Yang said confidently. "There may be twists and turns, but he will win in the end." "Are you so sure?" Duke Yu suspiciously looked at GMO and Gao Sheng. He reevaluated in his heart and felt that Gao Sheng had a bigger chance of winning. He couldn't help but doubt Chu Yang's words. He could see everything clearly at a glance. There wouldn't be any accident. "Brother Yu, why don't we make another bet? Let's add some stakes?" Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He looked at Dukyu's eyes as if he had found a mountain of gold. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.